Hello, hello. Good morning. Well, for some. Hello, hello. Let's put some music, Hmm, some relaxing piano. Let's see. Do-do-do-do-do. What should I? You know what? I'm gonna keep uh, these as my like quote unquote browser background while we wait. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Game name? What? The game is the Z programming language. Hello, Budata. Yeah, early stream. I actually had a very good night of sleep, which I haven't had in a while. Um, I think I got some what do you guys call it? Uh, bronchitis. I think I have some like nothing too serious, but I have some of that, and it has messed up my sleep significantly. um, but now things are going better. Ah. So I'm gonna wait for the timer to get to 0, and then we're gonna start. Hey, Christoph, it's been a very long time since I last tuned in. Hello, welcome back. So I don't know what I was working on when you watched the stream last, but now we're working on a Discord alternative. Um, it's an open source Discord alternative that you can self-host. So the idea is to have, roughly speaking, the same functionality as Discord, although this is not going to be, aimed at gamers as much as Discord is. But the main difference is that you can self-host your own server if you want to. Oh, I had just started Zine. Holy shit! Well, okay? I'll give you then a quick update on Zine. Check this out. I publish it. There's a website for it. There's a ton of documentation. You can use it. It works. It's not. There's more features that I would like to add, and I haven't looked into it in a few months, and I've started accumulating PRs. So I'm gonna need to circle back to Zine at some point. But it's usable. It's very usable. So yeah, we have Zine. We did it. Now Discord alternative. For this one, I'm not alone. There's active contributors who are working with me. Hopefully, that's gonna help speed up the development of this tool. And yeah, my plan, my hope, is to get off of Discord, or rather, to get my community off of Discord by the end of the year. We'll see if we're capable. To give you an idea of where we are right now with this project, it's called Awebo because of this. If you search on YouTube Awebo, you know what? I'll pump up the music. This is gonna pump up also the piano music, but so that you can hear the bird. My browser is not interacting anymore. Okay. So this is it. It's a bird that says Awebo. Kind of funny. This browser is shitting itself in ways that are incredible. Yeah, sorry. YouTube people, you cannot hear it on YouTube. I didn't enable it. It's because I have music and I cannot play music on YouTube. Otherwise, my channel is going to get murdered. Time to move browser. Yeah, I know. I should. And I know that this fucking browser is now obsolete. But the alternative is either going back to Safari. Maybe that's what I should do. I do like the sidebar though, like this. And this is comfy. I've taken a liking to the sidebar. For streaming, like when I use a browser personally, like in my private life, a sidebar, disgusting. But for streaming, I think it's fine. It's called Arc. Don't look into it. It's abandoned. The stupid startup that was working on it um, decided to go full AI on another browser. Opera GX is garbage. Opera, man, put out Opera gives me so many complicated feelings. Opera used to be the best browser that existed in the past. Opera was the first browser which implemented modern zoom. So right now I can press the right keybinds and I can zoom in and out. In the past, when browsers first started implementing zoom, they would only change font size. So none of the other, CSS things that you would specify would change. only the font size. And so every time you zoomed in, you basically would like the website would distort in the weirdest ways because you can't just change the font size and expect everything to look nice. You also have to basically you need a multiplier for everything, right? You need a multiplier for everything that specifies fixed width, height, or ratios of any kind. So, well, no, actually, ratios I guess would be fine, but you get the idea. The point is, um, Opera was the first browser to implement also scaling things like values in CS that you specify in CSS. They were the first. Opera also was, I think, at some point they implemented smooth scrolling. Although I don't remember exactly what smooth scrolling entailed in that context. I don't remember if it was like momentum on the scrolling or what. But I remember it was a big deal at some point. So, long story short, Opera was an amazing browser. It even had an email client, a BitTorrent client. I think you could even get on IRC from Opera. Like it was also like an entire suite of things. It was amazing. The the problem is that though at some point they couldn't keep up with WebKit, so they like they couldn't keep up with all the new weirdo um HTML bullshit that was being proposed at probably at very high speeds. Now that I think about it, they were probably victims of Google playing the Google playing the game where they basically impose new web standards on everybody else and they can't catch up. And so basically they kill the competition that way, I guess. In any case, Opera then switched to WebKit and kind of the magic was lost at that point. Although, to be fair, there was also the problem that people would test stuff for Chrome and not for Opera. And every time there was any kind of incompatibility, then, Opera would be the one that would take the L. Uh, But then at some point they sold the company. So at some point, Opera was sold to a Chinese company or something. That I think that company was shady because it was it was like making spywares or something. So like basically the Opera brand at some point meant nothing. So I would say that even nowadays, don't use Opera because it's not the original Opera team. I think the original Opera team went and did Vivaldi. They went and did Vivaldi. This I believe is the original opera team. Um, that said, I think I tried Vivaldi at some point, and I really wasn't impressed. Also because it's still WebKit. Like they haven't changed the fact that they still do WebKit. So yeah. Back in the day, 15 years ago, when I started working on IoT, Opera was the only browser who implemented universal plug and play discovery interfaces for JavaScript. Huh. Opera was amazing. Opera GX. Nah, nah, man. Do not get scammed. Like I don't know if these people are still into scamming or not, but like just don't get into this shit. That's not Opera. It's fake Opera. Uh but I hate Firefox based browsers. Same. So well, um same. Like I don't want to use Firefox. Nor with you, nor with extra steps. So that sucks. Anyway, I'll stay with my obsolete browser for a while more. So just in case anybody here cares, if you're in Italy, northern Italy, around the end of February, there's gonna be a Zig Day. Technically, this is the Milan Zig Day, but we're not hosting it in Milan this time. We're hosting it in a town called Seregno. There are reasons for that. It's kind of a special Zig Day, and I mean, you can read the event description on Zig.day, but there's like a bit of emphasis on having breakfast first, then having a good lunch, and then having dinner, then going to a pub to drink afterwards. So the way it works is that this is my town. That's where I live, and whenever we organize Software You Can Love in Italy, so Software You Can Love is like let's say the Zig conference, which I organized a couple of times in Italy. What I would do is invite people to come to my town on the day after the conference ends, and we would basically, just hang out, eat pizza, eat ice cream. There's a very nice ice cream place in this town in Seregno. It's at the very least the best ice cream place in northern Italy. Probably a little more than that, but I don't want to be too boastful. And then at the end of the day, we go here. This is the train station, and we go here to the pub. And this pub is like right in front of the train station. So the idea is you go to the pub, you hang out, keep chatting, drink some beers, and then when the last train comes, everybody hops on the train and goes back to Milan to their hotels. Um, that's how we played it. This time we are kind of trying to do the same, but with a Zig Day. So the idea is we run the Zig Day in here, and then at the end of the Zig Day, we have dinner, and then we go to the pub for as long as people want to stay. That's the idea. In any case, if anybody's interested, remember that you have to do you have to RSVP on meetup.com. Okay, end of story. So, what are we doing today? I have a PR to merge. This PR implements to do CLI commands for invites. So we're gonna do invites. By the way, Ethernet, can you confirm that my latest commit fixes your issue? I think I made it work now, and I think it should not cause out of memory anymore. Maybe, although the out of memory error is it's not literally out of memory, it cannot be. So I don't know what exactly is that error, but I tried to make sure that the initialization sequence is as it was before my changes. So hopefully that fixes it. But then after that, the rest of the startup procedure should be fine now. So we're gonna manage this PR, and then we're gonna start moving queries to the new DB abstraction. So what is the new DB abstraction? Basically, I'm added to the database the concept of queries, and there's a bunch of meta programming that basically ensures that for this query, you try to get the right columns, and each column already knows its own type. This one is special because this one has the value column that changes type row by row. So there's gonna be basically this table is a key value store. It's a key value store as a table. So in here there's gonna be like host the name. So key is gonna be name, value is gonna be my beautiful server, and then there's gonna be another key which is gonna be like creation date, and the value is gonna be a number. It's not gonna be a string. So we're doing this because, well, we're doing this because we can. Like SQLite allows you to do this, and it is not like it doesn't just allow you to do this by mistake. It's by design that they allow you to do this. It's convenient. So we could, I guess, make host a table where every field is a column. but then schema updates would become annoying. With this approach, they're less annoying. You know what? Maybe we'll switch to the other one. But for now, this is fine. Anyway. So yeah, there's a bunch of metaprogramming to ensure that you use these things correctly. But I have yet to move queries to this new abstraction. So right now, there's a bunch of queries that are like, we're raw dogging queries all over the place right now. In here, get indexes. We're just calling a query on the spot. And well, with this new abstraction, not only we don't do that anymore, but also the fact that these queries are all placed in here means that we're going to prepare them. We're going to prepare each and every query. So we're only going to use prepared statements or prepared queries. I don't know, well, whichever way you want to call it. That which should help with performance, because that means that the query is going to get precompiled instead of being re-tokenized or reparsed every time we run the same query. So hopefully that should help. And yeah, that's kind of it. So the reason why I haven't moved stuff yet is because the PR that we're about to merge also touches some of that, and I didn't want to cause conflicts. In any case, we have conflicts anyway, so some we'll have to fix no matter what. But it's fine. Oops. But it is fine. Unsaved changes. Where are my unsaved changes? This is the file that has unsaved changes? No changes to save. Okay. So we can switch to the PR branch. I think we wanna. Do we wanna rebase first, or do we wanna? Or do we wanna test it first? I guess we wanna look at it as it is right now. I'm gonna be lazy and like scroll through the change files from here and then switch back to the editor if I need to change something. So we take a look at that, everything looks fine. Then I guess we rebase and then we test it out manually. Like we just play with it a little bit. Okay, so this creates a new invite type of resource. Let's go read that first right away because that's useful. So what is an invite? Should be a global concept, default TCP port. Yeah, that's a good point. Unique identifier for the invite. Slug, host, host of the Awebo server. This is an overloaded term. So this means this is like the web host, like the address. I would call it address at this point, maybe. Like address, and it can be an IP address, or it can be actually, what do you call the other one? Web address. You know, when something has a name. Address of the Awebo server. I don't think we need these comments. It's fine. An address can be either a net host name. Host name, yeah. Or an IP address. Yeah, I guess why this was host, but let's reserve host for the whole concept of a Weibo host. Parse Okay. missing slug, parse error, blah blah blah. The init free invite slug, free hostname if it's a hostname, otherwise do nothing. Parse an invite from a URI. The format of an Awebo invite URI is Awebo // blah blah blah. This function also accepts HTTPS URLs, in which case the invite is parsed out of the URL fragment. I think this needs to be hard coded more. I think I think that needs to be prefixed with HTTPS awebo.io. Sorry, one sec. I think that needs to be prefixed with HTTPS awebo.io and not random path. So there's all the parsing logic. Okay. I'm skipping it for now. Oh, and then there are a bunch of tests. Okay. Format. Okay. Yeah, so the only thing that comes to mind is that given what I have in mind for how this stuff should work, people should make Awebo.io invites. Or in any case, an invite should send you to the official Awebo website, not to a random Awebo website. Mm-hmm. What is your favorite kind of tea? I'm curious what you might be having on tea breaks. Right now I'm drinking mint tea, so this would be spearmint. My favorites would be, I really like Earl Grey. I really like the bergamot stuff. Lately, I've discovered rooibos from South Africa. So I went to Systems Distributed, and part of the speaker gift bag was a box of rooibos tea, and I left it there for like 6 months before opening it. But then when I did, and here's the thing, rooibos is interesting because it's caffeine free, naturally caffeine free. So I guess you would call it herbal tea. And it's really good. So my like one issue that I have is that caffeinated tea tastes good, but then if you start looking for non-caffeinated tea, it's hard to find something good in my opinion, because you will find like weird shit, like something that is overly fruity or like overly sweet, like but they do that through artificial flavoring. So I've always been very unhappy with non-caffeinated tea. On the other hand, though, you just cannot keep drinking caffeinated tea forever, because then you're gonna lower the quality of your sleep. But this one, man, I love it. There is, so you will find rooibos plus artificial shit. Avoid it. Avoid it. Try try rooibos with nothing else. The bag that I got from the conference was very good, but also the conference was organized by Tiger Beetle, and It was organized by Tiger Beetle, and the people who make Tiger Beetle are from South Africa. Well, not all of them, but some are. So basically, they were bringing rooibos from South Africa. So like it's like, yeah, it was good. Around here, uh, you need to look around a little bit more, or rather, in Europe, I guess you have to look around a little bit more. But you can find it. You can find decent tea. I've got some loose tea rooibos right now that I believe is as good as what I got from the conference. So yeah, I've been getting into traditional Chinese teas like Dragon Well green tea. Ooh, I remember one time. So my wildest tea experience was in Malaysia, where I was working in Singapore, and um, I went on a short trip with some colleagues to Malaysia, and we were somewhere around Kuala Lumpur, and uh, this woman brings us to her uncle's house, and her uncle has this house that he built himself. Well, I mean, not entirely, the manual work was not entirely done by him. It was an actual house made professionally, but like, it was built according to his schematics, his wishes. And it was very interesting because it was like Roman style, so it had like some open space in the middle. So in the middle you would see light, and rain would fall in the middle, and like they had a tiny garden in there, kind of like all the Roman houses, if you studied that in history class. But more interestingly, he had a a Chinese tea table with all the stuff, and he was telling us about how much he loves. I forget that it's Pura, yeah, right. The aged tea that is compacted in like these blocks, and he was explaining to us how good of an investment those things are, because when you buy it, like it gains value over time. Yeah, that one. And we tried some. It was fine. I don't know. I don't have. I think this was my first time drinking it, and um, I don't know. I guess I didn't fully appreciate it. And but then he also had us try, I guess, kind of the opposite, which was very fresh tea, like tea that wasn't dried. So I remember these leaves that were like still like not dry yet, and we had some tea out of that, and it was also that was an experience that I liked a lot more. Again, not an experienced tea drinker, so I get it that some things are like an acquired taste, and once you start getting it, you realize why a thing is um appreciated that much. Like that tea is appreciated, like a lot of people like really appreciate it. Um, but but uh, but I really loved the fresh leaf tea, and that is something that around here doesn't exist. Like I've never seen tea that isn't dried. Um, but I guess it makes sense that you can make tea out of something that isn't necessarily dried first. That was an amazing experience. In any case, uh, if there's anything to take out of this whole thing that I've been saying, try rooibos. If you've never tried rooibos, try it. It's very nice as a herbal tea. Like you toss into the trash all the weird artificial herbal tea that you have. The and my girlfriend drinks one that is meant to taste like chocolate. It's like, why would you want your tea to taste like chocolate, man? Absolutely disappointing. But rooibos, really good, really good. Hey, Karitam, hello. Fruit infused tea. How do you type the tea? Like this. Good point. Rooibos. Rooibos. There's also, I think, like a couple different colors. I think you want red rooibos, or rather, I guess red rooibos is the default one. Why am I getting Italian results? Wait, no, this is English, but then I'm getting Italian Wikipedia first. And then I'm getting Italian. Oh, these are ad results. I'm guessing these motherfuckers are paying to be in here. In any case, this is decent. I tried this. Like, if you want to try it out, try this brand, Copper. Wait, is it Copper or is it Clipper? What the fuck? It's Clipper on this box. It's Copper on this box. What? Wait, this is Japanese. So this brand is called Copper. Oh, it's also Copper in Italy. This is Clipper. Okay, in any case, this brand is decent to try it out, but this is not loose leaf. These are bags. So my point is, if you get your hands on, like, if you want to try it out and you want to use it, and you just want to buy one box to see if you like it, yeah, get one of these guys. But then you will probably want to upgrade to loose leaf if you can. Anyway, and do the red version. Like, there's red rooibos and some other colors. I don't know, green maybe. I think the red one is the one that I tried. Yeah, and then let me know. Let me know if you liked it. Okay, so what was Ethernet cable saying? Tasted tasted tested. Latest comment, still getting the same error on login. Fuck. But it starts again fine afterwards. Okay. I have not had the yet. Well, I'm on a branch, but I have yet to have the after the latest changes. Dude, I don't know what the fuck is causing that. That is such a. I guess it's time to go investigate into the C++ code base and start adding debug prints into the C source code. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? I don't know. It's not real The thing is, I don't think. Well, you know what? Maybe there's some. Maybe there's some undefined behavior happening, and we're out of memory because maybe because we expect something to be null terminated and it is not. I don't know. That would explain it. But I don't know. In Germany, Spain, Italy, Lithuania, and Czech Republic, the brand is called Copper Tea because another tea brand has already registered the brand name Clipper in Germany. Oh, I see. That is unfortunate. But also, honestly, Copper, isn't it a fun name? I would prefer Copper over Clipper if I were them. And I guess they built a brand around the name Clipper, so renaming would kind of throw some of that into the trash. But like Copper, I don't know. That sounds funny, right? You know how the English say cup of tea, cup of tea. Anyway, anyway, hmm. Okay, let's continue our review. So there's a new function for extracting Boolean types. That's fine. Did you secure an Awebo domain yet? I did. I secured a good chunk of Awebo domains. Yes. I don't have all of them. Some are expensive, but I do have some of them. Tables. Okay, 0 means unlimited usages. 0 means unlimited usages. Interesting. Create trigger. Invites remaining 0. After update of remaining on invites, for each row, when all remaining is greater than 0 and new remaining is 0, delete from invites where slug is new slug. Uh, hmm. 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 So this is automatically cleaning up invites that are exhausted. I would not do that. I would not do that. I would leave them there I think I would have humans manually manage deletion. Also, here's what we can do. Instead of having 0 be like this special value, what I would do instead is remove the not null and say that this is an integer that can be null, and we use null if we want to have an invite with unlimited usages. And if you think about it, it's like that's kind of what null is for in a sense. Um, and It makes it much harder to misuse this thing. Like the 0 meaning unlimited messages. I mean, if you have a reason to try and be scrappy with resources, like for example, maybe in your Zig code, you don't want to make an optional int if you can then use 0 as your special number. But in this context, I think that it would be fine to have the application to have an invite run out of capacity at some point, and then an admin goes into the invite panel, sees that this invite has been depleted, and then they decide if they want to delete it, or they want to maybe give back some like add some capacity to it, like they want to move it from 0 to, let's give it 50 more uh uh usages to the invite before it expires again, well, before it depletes again. So I would change this logic here. Let's go do that. Tables. Integer can be null. Oops. Null create trigger. Okay. Invite we did look at into already. Main server just exposes the invite management stuff. Invite. um, we'll probably have to edit some things here because we're changing slightly the semantics of invites. So this is the next thing that we're gonna have to mess with, I guess. Slack creator data XP enable remaining creator. From users where users.handle equals $5, returning creator. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a clever query. I like it. Basically, invites are key. They reference users. They reference the user that created such invite by an ID, by ID, but by the user ID. But the thing is, when we talk about users, we generally want to talk about them through their handles. And so what this does is say it's basically it's not a join because it's basically doing a quirky select. It's basically finding the values to put into invites in a quirky way. Instead of specifying them using values, we say select. Most values are provided by us, but one is the result of selecting into users. And so we basically go into users, search by handle, grab the corresponding ID, and that's what we put in there. And then we return the user ID. Well, we return creator because I didn't know that you could return values from inserts. That does make sense because you might want to know, if you have a auto increment ID, you might want to know that. So that kind of makes sense. In our case here, we're discovering the user ID. So you could split this into multiple queries, obviously, but I guess this is just one query. It's more efficient. It's funny. So dbcon blah blah blah. That gives us the creator ID row. And then what do we do with it? If there is a row, we delete the row, and then we break with the number. Yeah. Otherwise, no rows were returned by the select statement, so no rows were inserted. And so we crash with no user will handle something. That is cool. And then otherwise it says created invite, creator, blah, 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 slug, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Cool. Command parsing. Let's give a quick look if this makes sense. I'm guessing user limit is the capacity of this invite, or else one. Oh, so you can avoid not specified. That makes sense. Okay. Fatal help. Okay, give me a sec. I'm gonna refill my teacup and then I'll continue looking at things. Be right back. I'm back. So, what is going on here? Let's see. Awebo server invite and required args, optional args, required arguments, create or handle. Yeah. Default handle of server owner. Huh? How does it know? Wait, how does it know? So this is a string, so this is not optional. So we're resolving it in here somehow, but how? Oh. So this default thing here is, I guess this was a planned or something, but then it ended up not panning out. So we remove this line here because it is required. Hey, crypto code. Hello, hello. Okay, so this is okay. The death of the universe. Default. Never. Enable true. User limit. Number of users allowed to use this invite default 1. I think that is a good default. Okay. Hmm. Okay, let's continue reading. Delete. Oh, delete is empty. So there's no implementation for delete. That is fine. Edit. Let's see. The date invites at expiry where, oh, this is in a transaction. That is good thinking. Yeah. So set expiry, blah, blah, blah. Where's lag? If, oh, this allows you to change the creator of an invite. I'm not even sure I would allow this. Like even if we don't allow you to, I think I would disallow this, or rather unimplement it. Uh, Maybe we should make commits to explain what we're doing in here. Eh. So invite edit. We don't accept the creator handle. Yeah, you can change if it's enabled. You can change the expiry. You can change the user limit. Change updated column to current time. Yeah. Hey, Mifrel, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Um, That's fine. That's good thinking. Is the database a client-specific abstraction or somehow shared over the protocol? Um, so Awebo is divided in three main, let's call them modules, but they are not formally modules. Like if you look into the build script, you will not find module definitions for these three things. But informally, you have the client, you have the server, and then you have another thing called that we call Awebo, which you could think of as like lib Awebo in a sense, which contains definitions for the network protocol. So, for example, Awebo contains protocol.zig and protocol. Well, let's look at protocol server. It contains messages that the server sends over the wire. Awebo also contains the things that we talk about over the wire. So, for example, when we send a message over the wire, we also talk about a host. And that means that the host, how can I say, it is not a network message or like a message, like a user message, for example, or a channel, like information about a channel. So these are not like protocol messages, but they are objects that need to be serializable back and forth. Additionally, we try also to make them share definitions. So I'm trying to have the server and the client both use the same definition for what a message is. So that way, whenever you add like a new field, you update what a message is, you automatically get build errors both in the server code and in the client code, and you don't need to like update, um, another copy of what is essentially a message, just a slightly different definition. Whenever they have disagreements, so for example, the representation of these things though is not always the exact same between server and client. Like for message, it's easy, but for example, for host or for a user, server and client have slightly different needs. So for example, user for the client has all these things, uh, you know, um, ID, creation date, display name, avatar. But the server has another thing, and so here's where context comes into play. So context is a build time enum that evaluates to either client or server. And so if you are evaluating, if this quote unquote module is part of the server code, then we also include this server. Or rather, in client mode, this is an empty struct. In server mode, this is a struct that contains the password of the user. I use this trick in a bunch of different places. Like, for example, another one where this is important is host, kind of for the opposite reason. Since the server is one host and that's it, while the client has to juggle multiple hosts because one client connects to multiple hosts, client also has a bunch of runtime fields in it, like the open connection to this host. Because if we didn't have this abstraction, the alternative would be to have like a hash map where you connect every host with like, or you have a wrapper type. I guess you could wrap. You could wrap the host instead of embedding it in here. I should look into this at some point. In any case, occasionally this is useful to do this. Okay, I'm finally getting to the point. So what about the database? With the database, I'm trying to do the same. So with the database, I'm trying. The client needs to be able to persist messages server state on disk. Or rather, it's not strictly necessary. It could full sync every time you close and open the app, but obviously that is wasteful. So we want the client to cache recent messages and server state. So this is information that can be lost. I'm saying cache because it's information that can be lost because it can be just resynced from the server. But if you can, you want to keep it around so that reconnections are faster because you have to sync less information. So originally I was thinking of basically serializing this information on disk using the network protocol. So basically I would use the network metaprogramming to produce bytes that we save on disk, and then that then subsequently we deserialize from disk. But this is fine if you want to take like a full snapshot, but it doesn't work well if you want to, for example, write on disk. You want to write to disk a, for example, whenever a message comes in, you want to immediately write that message on disk. That does not work. Like, it's basically the way the serialization protocol works is that you kind of want to do all at once. You don't want to do incremental updates. And also, there's the problem where if you want to do that, whenever new messages come in, they should evict all their messages. We have we keep around what we consider the newest messages. It's a window right now of 64 messages, I think, per channel. So whenever a new message comes in, you want to remove the older one. And so, like, implementing this stuff myself on files was kind of problematic. So I ended up um, thinking that, you know what, we probably want to use SQLite also in the client, even though it is cache data. So the database, the SQL database in the client can be lost and it's fine, but we're still going to use SQLite. And so at that point, we try to share as much as we can between server and client when it comes to these things, to the schema. And so here's the abstraction that you're seeing here. This is the old abstraction. I'm making a new one, but the old abstraction basically was there's the table definition, and then if something is server only, we just wrap the definition in server only, and server only, you know, short circuits to nothing if you're not in the right context. There's a new abstraction that is fancier, which also does query preparation, like we use prepare statements with the new abstraction, etc. But that's kind of the idea. So long story short, we do try to share this information as much as we can. It also, but the main reason is that it makes it easier to do refactoring, because you change something and you immediately get build errors, both in the server code and in the client code. And there's no like action at a distance where, oh no, now we're gonna discover this, that you forgot to update this thing at runtime, because only at runtime you discover the things don't match. Anyway, so what were we doing? We were editing this file, and I think we're happy. This is nice. So basically, this is a transaction, and this updates. There's one update query for everything that needs to be updated, and then we have finally the updated time. There might be cleverer ways of structuring this, you know, with comp time, but I think it would pacify everything. Like, just especially in a CLI tool, I would say it's probably fine in general, but especially in a CLI tool, this is plenty good. Okay, so we did edit. Now there's list. List, we only have to. Now we need to be careful a little bit, because now remaining is nullable. So right now we're not really supporting nullability. I think I'm gonna make this a follow-up like issue. Command, so this is fine, I think. The list. Yeah. And then show. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Server CLI user add, right? This adds do, 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 do. If cmd invite I.the_init. Why is the invite not just a string? Let's go take a look. Let's look at the parsing first. Sorry, I'm gonna scroll down to the parsing. Now I'm curious. Invite. Oh, it creates an Awebo invite. Okay. Awebo invite parse. Oh, this is using a full invite URL instead of just like an invite ID or an invite slug. Hmm. I would have used the slug here. Hmm. Okay, I'm wondering if I should be pushing the changes that I made. The problem is that the changes that I made, they tend to not be great because they need extra work. So let's see. I removed this, but then the other stuff isn't fully in sync. I renamed host to address. That part is fine. Bunch of renaming. Expiry time. Creator handle. You know what? I think I'll do this as a review at this point because I would not be providing a good service otherwise. I'm gonna put the comment here. Um, Here's how. Well, I think it's better to do it this way. We don't delete. Actually, you know what? Maybe these comments should also be in here. So I'm gonna cut. We don't delete depleted invites. We don't delete depleted invites, and admin might want to add back some capacity to them in the future. Uh, we don't use 0 as a special value and instead change the column definition of remaining to integer null, where null means that the invite has infinite capacity. This will require also to tweak um, add/update some commands. To avoid confusion with Doom. Hmm. Let me see if there was something else. No, so this is invite. Yeah, this is nice. Hmm. Okay. Holy shit, what is happening in here? Right, I skipped looking at these queries earlier and then I forgot. Wait a second, what is going on? Select case when not exists. Select one from invites. When not exists, what? Then zero. Slug one and enable equals one and expiry. Then one. Holy shit. Wait, I don't know how to write SQL like this. What the heck? So it so the query tries to find a slug and invite with the given slug and enabled one. Zero slug does not exist or invite is not enabled. Then zero. When exists, when exists. So this is saying if this query returns 0 rows, then 0. When this query returns one row, then 1, else 2. Slack exists, anybody is enabled, but it is expired, then 1. Slack exists, invite is enabled, and it is not expired, else 2. Holy shit. Wait, I had no idea you could do this stuff. And as invite status. That's bonkers. Okay, so invite row in 0, fatal, invite does not exist with slug, blah, blah, blah. Note, invite expired, ignoring. Invite is valid. So then that creates a user row. Okay, this all seems well and good. Okay, password for users. Are we missing a transaction? No, we're not. Oh man, such a good job. Holy shit. Yep. This all makes sense. Huh. Last insert row ID. I didn't know that you could do this. These queries will need to be tweaked though, because I changed the schemas a bunch. So this is all well and good. Invite. Yeah. Mm, Actually, it's not latest master, latest main. We're using main branch. Okay. Oh, you know what? I also forgot. There's the default thing for the creator that doesn't match. Okay. Okay. So good PR. But we can't merge it. So what are we gonna do about it? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna leave it there. We're gonna start moving some queries, but we're not going to delete the old code that makes old queries work. Well, basically until we merge the PR. So we basically move some things over to the new abstraction, and then we'll see where that gets us. Also, there's the fucking hello neurosite. There's the fucking out of memory thing. Uh, there's this problem here, which I do not know how to address. Let's see if we can repro this. I don't know. Oh, I need to delete the database, of course. Hmm. I'm not getting it though. Like it would happen way more frequently than this when I experienced that bug. I'm an idiot. I'm in this branch. still also not happening here. Okay. Let's start moving queries. Oh, also, by the way, I was talking about earlier the Zig Day here in Milan in February, but also as a reminder, Nuremberg has one even sooner. This is going to be the 7th of February. I'm going to be there, and this is Nuremberg, right next to the train station. The location is really cool. It is a very nice office, and so if you happen to be near Nuremberg, Germany, oh hell yeah, there we go. There we go. I don't remember which flimsy excuse you had the last time, but I'm happy that you're finally dropping the facade and like finally doing the right thing. Nice. So come, it's gonna be cool. And this is gonna be the first Zig Day where I have finally open sourced Awebo. And if anybody is interested in doing some collaboration on it, in person is gonna be cool because we can work on things together, and like we can work on an issue all together. So do consider RSVPing. So the way it works is blah, 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 RSVP. Sign up to this event via Eventbrite. So yeah, this is gonna be cool. Also, I think so. I don't know if they're committing to it. So I might be giving you information that might be incorrect because I'm not one of the organizers. So they told me stuff, but I'm not in the loop for everything. But last I spoke with Jan, he told me that this time we are probably going to stay in the office also for dinner. Um, so there's that as well. I'm actually really looking forward to it. In far parts of Germany. I don't know, man. Maybe you're in the wrong part of Germany. Wait, you're not in Germany. Uh, I don't know. Far side. Wait, is it far for you? Yeah, it's far for you, right? You would prefer Berlin, I'm guessing, right? In Warsaw, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is an interesting question. Why is so maybe Neuroside or other Germans in chat can tell me how much of these I'm getting right and how much I'm getting wrong. But given what I've been told, in terms of um, like general trends in the various cities of Germany, Berlin is obviously, well, it's the capital. It's full of fancy immigrants, expats, people that speak only English. They don't plan to learn German, and they just leave their like startup life. Plus, maybe the weird uh, nightclub life in Berlin, and so you would expect them to be on top of things like Zig, right? On paper, in theory, and then um, you have Stuttgart, which is, well, nothing like Berlin in that sense, but still somewhat like I don't know, maybe young is the wrong word, or like hip. Maybe is, is it correct to say that Stuttgart is hip in some ways? Well, in any case, Nuremberg, I believe, of all the people that described it to me, uh, they like Nuremberg. This whole area here is not particularly neither. Nuremberg is not fancy expats. It's not Stuttgart. It's kind of, I believe, this area is considered more like not even particularly rich, right? I believe the like Munich, this area is more rich, generally speaking, and yet I don't know why. Well, actually, but setting that aside, despite all of this, all the action is in Nuremberg, Munich. There is some in Stuttgart because, well, but that's I would say more than Stuttgart's. Is because Felix lives there, and so Felix runs the events in Stuttgart. But yeah, I don't know why these guys are like really into Zig, and in Berlin we did one Zig event at one time at Delivery Hero, and then after that they never organized anything else. I don't know. Let's see. Berlin is its own little world, a bit detached from the rest of Germany. But when when it's Mexicans going to work in the US, then they're aliens. Yeah, it's like you're either an expat or an alien. Oh man, Nuremberg is beautifully central, pretty down to earth. Yeah, certainly I would say that certainly the position is good, as in well, I would say the position is facilitates maybe a little bit if somebody wants to organize this stuff, and already you have people interested in Stuttgart, Munich, maybe Frankfurt. So if you have people around here interested, then Nuremberg is gonna be let's just say like equally annoying for everybody to get to, right? Because everybody will have to travel, but they all kind of have to travel, vaguely speaking, the same distance, so it's doable. I guess the same is true also from these other directions. Um, but yeah, I don't know. So while I don't know why Berlin didn't really take off, we did have a Zig event. There are people interested in Zig up there. Although, if I remember correctly, the first time that we ran the event here, like I think that the first time that I met David, I think it was David Sugar. I think it was also somebody else from Munich. But in any case, a bunch of people from Munich had come to Berlin for the Zig meetup, which is funny because it wasn't even a full day thing. They took the either train or plane. I hope plane, I guess, for them. I think they took the plane just to come to a normal end of day meetup. So, man, they did put a lot of effort to be there. But then that was kind of the only thing. Huh. Well, okay, so here's my point, I guess. My point is this. I think that in places where you have all the startup activity, the sad truth is that startup activity is more interested in well, uh in the next like land grab opportunity, in the next unicorn opportunity. They are interested in new technology, but only if the new technology has the shape of a rocket ship and it's basically something that they can use to either sell whatever they're selling as more innovative than it actually is, or something that allows them to kind of create a market for themselves. Like, for example, you have blockchain that becomes a thing, and not only you can make something, early days of blockchain, right? Before now, where everybody now, or like most people at least, understand the blockchain is mostly not applicable to, like, you can just attack blockchain on a random thing and oh, now it's good. So uh so I think that these people are more interested in that kind of stuff because, oh, blockchain, it's the early days. Oh, blockchain is cool. We're gonna we're gonna start making these things on blockchain. It's super innovative. So like previously we were doing, I don't know, poop bags for cats, but now it's bag for cats plus blockchain. Whoa, mind blowing. And then that's also an opportunity for making a quick buck. If you play your cards right, it's not trivial, obviously, but if you play your cards right, then you can make a quick buck because, I don't know, when you mint the tokens or the whatever the fuck, you pre mint some of them, like you pre-compute some of them, and then you sell them, and then you go then you publish the thing, and then you sell your pre-mined coins after the fact, and whether the thing thanks or not, you don't give a fuck anymore at that point. So I'm not saying necessarily like complete rug pulling, but you can also do soft versions of that, I guess. So one way or another, you can basically make money. So can you do that with Zig? Not really, right? Because Zig, while Zig is in a sense a cool technology, maybe to some degree, there's no much rug pulling that you can do with it. There is no we're doing cat poop bags, but with Zig. And it's like, so what? You're not gonna be able to sell that. But if you have an electronic device attached to your cat poop bags thingy, then you can program the firmware of that thing with Zig potentially and have a better time and make a better end product than you would with C. But that whole idea hinges on the premise that you're interested in making good products. And I would argue that startups, generally speaking, are not really interested in that. They claim they are, but they're not. It's kind of like, the guy that you meet at the club that is really interested in a long-term relationships, totally for sure, and he is totally in love with you. But that guy just wants to get into your pants, and that's it. That's the idea. Not all of them, not all startups, of course, not all startups, but I mean, startups are, generally speaking, not businesses that are interested in long-term sustainability. That is for sure. Zig++ when? God, I hope never. so I guess, long story short, the people around here are more in the mindset of actually doing things and like concrete things, useful things, and making that process better. Like they are hands on. They're not like hustling in Berlin. With all due respect to the people in Berlin, I'm sure that there's like plenty of people that are doing very concrete things. I'm sure, but I think that even though Berlin has the at least to some degree the vibe, you know, from an external from an outsider's perspective, I don't really know this stuff in detail. But even though they have the vibe of being like super cool and hip and whatever the fuck, uh, a good chunk of it is just very superficial, very shallow. That's it. I'll say one thing though, so just so that people don't think that I'm like hating on Germany or whatever. Let me tell you one thing. Milan is where Milan in Italy. Milan is where you have the equivalent. Like Milan is the equivalent of Berlin for Italy. Less of the weird clubbing, obviously. That's like kind of Berlin thing. But when it comes to like to startups, that would be Milan. Man, those people are so fucking cringe. Like if these people are like LARPing being in San Francisco, these people are LARPing being in Berlin. It's like this. It's like, you know, it starts being like the entrepreneurship that people do here starts being fried. You know, fried memes where you take a meme and you like you deep fry it, like you make a copy of a copy, you start adding JPEG artifacts and whatnot. That's entrepreneurship around here. It's like this is lightly fried. This is like deep fried once you get in here. It's whew, man, I would take Berlin every day of the week over Milan in that sense. I wish things were better. I wish people around here were less cringe, but yeah, that it is what it is. Not everybody, again, not everybody's turbo cringe. Some real stuff happens around here as well. But if you go to if you go to one of those meetup.com, meetups, where people like meetups for like startup founders, you're gonna die. Or rather, maybe you're not gonna die, but at the very least, you're gonna cringe so hard that you're gonna need dentist appointment right for the next day. I would actually recommend it if you plan to do that. Get your dentist appointment first, and then book your meetup second, because you're gonna need the dentist the next day for sure. You're gonna cringe so hard your teeth are gonna shatter. LARPing Silicon Valley is an awesome description of Berlin. Yeah, I mean, so I've only been to one Zig event in Berlin, which was really nice, by the way. That was really nice. It was hosted by Delivery Hero, and it was just a normal meetup, but it was nice. And more importantly, it's not just like the event itself. It's the people that were there were cool, including the people from Berlin, not just the ones that were coming from other cities. But before then, I had been to Berlin a few times to do Redis events. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Nuremberg has the same number of software companies as the bigger cities, so it makes sense since there's a Zig, that there is a Zig Day there. Yeah, that makes sense. Lots of places LARPing Silicon Valley, really. Yeah, you know what is the saddest part of all this story? Silicon Valley is not actually that good. It's like, okay, obviously there's like you cannot ignore the giant pile of money they're sitting on. So that doesn't happen by mistake or randomly, usually. So there is something there. And if you look at the number of, like, if you look at the top employees from all the top companies there's like a higher concentration of skilled people than in other places, because they use their giant pile of money to lure those people in. But I've talked with a bunch of people from the Silicon Valley. I've run meetups in there when I was working at Redis Labs. It's full of clueless people like everywhere else. it's full of doofuses like you would find them in Europe. Like um, not everybody in Silicon Valley is a genius, and I feel like and then so not everybody is a genius, and then Silicon Valley is the Mordor of enshittification. Like all of enshittification originates from the Silicon Valley. Um, and it's like again there's obviously some competence there, but my point is that they're not really like the problem. The biggest problem with LARPing Silicon Valley is that they're not really an example to be followed when it comes to most things. And I think that that Silicon Valley is more of a in the later years, it's more of a economics success story than it is a technology success story. Like most of what's happening in there is, I don't know, people hustling the right way because they end up on top of the pile of money rather than them doing incredible things with technology. While I guess in the past it wasn't the same, right? In the past, you had a lot of people doing pure technological stuff that was interesting in on its own, like successful in on its own, not because of a startup of a business power move, but rather it was the result because they invented something new, they created something new. Nowadays, it's not much of that. Like look at the fucking AI stuff. Even though technically AI is a new thing, it's like it's business management power moves all over the fucking place. That's the main thing that's happening there, even more than actual AI research, like how to structure neural networks and whatnot. So my city is trying to run a startup combinator, just like Y Combinator. I just really hope they also don't start LARPing prices. Valigo, where do you live? Where we have some of that in Italy, of course. There's so I go to an event called Zig Day. Sorry, not Zig Day. Open Source Saturday Touring, which is here. And the place where I go, this is, by the way, this is Serbia. Okay. Uh, by the way, Serbia. One sec. Serbia. Belgrade is in Serbia, right? Am I misremembering? Just letting you know that there's a Zig Day in Belgrade. Or am I being a dumb? Am I being a dumb? I don't know my geography. Uh-oh. There we go. No, I was right. Haha. Yeah, there's a Zig Day in Belgrade. Oh, you've been to the Capital event? Cool. Yeah, so if you go to Zig Day, there's Belgrade, and they run it once at the end of the last year. And I don't know, did they write it here? Venue. The venue is the 22nd floor of the Plata Beograd building. Obviously, use the elevator. Yeah, but I don't remember where they wrote this. So first of all, there's also a Telegram group, but they were talking about the fact that the guy who hosted them would normally host C++ meetups, and so it was funny because they would basically go there, and if you're at a Zig event, you're probably not gonna say nice things about C++ if you're talking about C++ at all. So anyway, it's funny. I don't know. Okay, back to the map. So what I was saying is, there's yeah, I go to this event in Turin, and here's one funny thing. I need a map that allows me to zoom closer. So let's go back to Google. So this event is hosted here. Man, this thing is so funny once you really think about it. So this thing is called OGR in Italian, OGR, I guess. And it's an acronym that stands for, in Italian is Officina Grandi Riparazioni, which translated means big repairs garage, something like this. Well, basically, in Turin, this is where they would bring trains to be fixed. Like they if something big, like big machinery, trains, maybe also other stuff that wasn't trains, needed to be repaired, it would be pulled into these giant things, giant like buildings. Yeah, kind of like a train depot. I don't know the full history. Sorry, there's probably more interesting history about these places, but it would be for like actually fixing zeppelins. I don't think we ever had zeppelins, dude. That's your guys' thing, not ours. I think. uh, but in any case, now this whole place has become a startup, like a place where there's a bunch of startup offices. Like these used to be to have like train tracks, I think, running in the middle and be an actual thing. And now it's just a big empty space with a bunch of like tiny offices for startups. And it's a nice place for running Open Source Saturday. Like Open Source Saturday is basically like a Zig day, except not themed after Zig. Other people run it. And on one hand, it's funny that something that was like very concrete, right? We're like, oh man, there's like big machines that need a big place to be repaired. And well, now this whole stuff is gone. Now we don't repair shit. Now, we throw it into the trash and just buy a new one. I'm joking. That's not exactly how it works with big machinery. You normally cannot afford that. But this place now has been I don't know. In some ways, it's kind of like, it's the dead body of a giant animal that now is full of worms and parasites. With all due respect, sorry for the startups that have an office there, but but it's kind of how it feels. And yeah, this is how it used to be. But it used to have also machinery. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, they had. Yeah, this is how it used to work. They would repair shit. Anyway, it's then it was abandoned, and then now it's startups. Delightful. Um, So, what was my point? Oh, that in there's also a startup accelerator, and they do this thing where they have one program where they have young people. By the way, the pedophilic nature of venture capital is like once you see it, you cannot unsee it. They need young people because they need to trick them into these like very unfavorable business agreements that I think that older people that are getting wiser just wouldn't want to get themselves into. So like anyway, setting that aside, uh yeah, article title. Yeah. You know what? Maybe when when I decide to go completely nuclear on everything, I'll write that. I don't know. But, but they have this thing where they get young people to join their program. Those people are not they're not like they don't know each other. Nobody knows anybody else, and they go through the program where the program teaches them how to run a startup, and then they do some kind of like personality test, and then they get grouped based on that. And then these groups, they basically try to make a startup. They try to find something to work on, and then they have this thing where they need to build like pitch decks, and they have to pitch the VCs. Well, the people the people that run the startup accelerator thingy, and then I think every like once a month or something like that. There's like they only keep some of the companies. So basically, everybody does the pitch, then they rank them, and they only keep the top X companies. So basically, it's like a reality show where you get eliminated after a while, and so at the end, at the very very end, like they decide they keep like I don't know 3 or 5 um of those teams. In the meantime, also people are allowed to like break the team apart and they make new ones. So you're allowed to like they do reshuffle a bunch, and then at the end, the ones that win everything, they get something like I don't remember, uh 20,000 euros. Well, they basically get like chump change for like 18% of their new company. It it's a thing. It's definitely a thing. By the way, Ethernet cable, if you're still around, man, I am unable to repro this problem. Like I tried in a bunch of times to do remove database and start again, and it works every single time. So I don't know if you're around. Okay, if it's my system. No, I don't think it's really your system. I think you're on Linux, right? I'm on Mac, so like I can show you. By the way, I'm on Mac. I remove and run this, and it just works every single time. By the way, I used to experience these out of memory errors myself as well, but after this comment, I don't anymore. My only worry is that maybe you thought you pulled the latest changes, but you didn't, and I don't know. If you, I really do not think that it's your system. I think that what might happen is that maybe now the problem doesn't manifest itself on macOS anymore, but it still does on Linux. You know what? Let me add a print that confirms that we are recreating the database every single time, just to make sure that I'm not fucking this up. Database.zig. Anything empty database. So we should see the line now. Anything empty database. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, man. I just cannot repro it anymore. I just cannot repro it anymore. So I don't know. Is the lack of Zig days in big ass countries like France and Spain just coincidental or indicative of something? Yeah. That those big ass countries suck. That's what it is. No, it's man, it's the European curse. It's just that's just how Europe is, I think, generally speaking. Crypto Code, can you remind me, are you also European or are you from the United States? I mean, if you're around here at this time, I'm guessing Europe, but I'm sorry, I forgot. Norway, right. Sorry. I think I knew that at some point and then I forgot. Apologies. Um no, it's just no, I think you're joking, right? I don't tax on what? Wait. No, I think the problem is that is just that we suck. I'm back. Let's see if YouTube also works. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I lost connection. Stuff happens. What were we saying? Uh, yeah, you Illuminati got me. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I think it's a language thing. France and Spain just don't connect as quickly with English first projects. I'm not organizer enough for a Zig day here, and unfortunately, KubeCon can't organize anything either. Yeah. Well, Jacob has been too busy making kids. That's the problem. Von der Leyen got him. So yeah, no, okay, what I was saying is that the United States really people put more effort into things that they find exciting in there than we do in Europe. I think not all of it comes from the best of places in the sense that as a very like this is a very wishy-washy, but I think that in America, individuals are searching for an identity, like an individual identity, in a way that we don't in Europe, generally speaking. So, for example, I've been on planes where I've met people that have um, Italian heritage who live in like New York, New Jersey, that area. And every single time they would chat me up about, oh yeah, my Italian roots. I need to blah blah blah. I like I need to discover my culture. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean, man? That's not your culture. Your culture is like where you grew up. If you grew up in New Jersey is your culture, for good or bad that might be. Like the fact that you have an Italian surname doesn't really make you Italian much necessarily. And so for me to look for my Italian roots in Italy, I don't know. I think it would be a waste of time. That's kind of my point, because that's because you grew up German essentially, so they grew up Americans essentially, and so they're like the fact that they have an Italian surname doesn't make them any different. Like their perspective when they get off the airplane and land in Milan for the first time, it's like they will have the same exact perspective as another American that comes there, gets their feet in the same place, but just doesn't have an Italian surname. Like nothing else changes. So I feel like then in the United States, they have this search for an identity that we don't have. And that in part also makes them care about hobbies because hobbies end up shaping their identity to some degree. In any case, that maybe is the bad part of it, but there's also I think more in general like a genuine interest and excitement for stuff that we just don't have in Europe much, and so we have to work harder I think in Europe in order to get people uh to participate to events and do stuff, but we can do it. We can do it. Personally, I think that like one thing that I want to uh, work on, like spend effort on going forward, is trying to foster more of that sentiment in Europe because I think we really need it. Um, as for Spain and France specifically, I don't know, man. Um, I would say that Italy, right now, when it comes to Zig specifically, Italy is like quote unquote doing fine, but that's because I just happen to live here. I think that if I wasn't the one living here, I don't think we would see the same level of interest of activity around Italy. With all due respect to my fellow countrymen, um, maybe at some point something would start. Like it's not like Italy is dead in that sense. There's like plenty of meetups, but I think it would be too early for Zig otherwise. The problem with France is that Paris, maybe Lyon, are the only big enough cities to organize events like these. I grew up in the Northern Tundra, but I really feel like I need to know my New Jersey roots. Yeah. Uh, But Zig is just a language. Zig is just a language for sure. The thing is, while Zig itself is just a language, there is a cultural movement around it with some ideas that are like not exactly mainstream, and so um, it, while Zig itself is a language, the Zig community is exploring what it means to make software, uh, but not in the way that the people in Silicon Valley tell you should make software, roughly speaking. And so, yeah. Oh, Neurosite is able to reproduce that. Okay, so basically, somehow I fixed it for macOS, but Linux still sees it. It's insane. Are you? By the way, are you guys seeing this on the transaction? So what was it? Database? What was it? Core line 273? No, I'm fucking this up. Database line 273? 237. Fuck. Okay, I was almost there. Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, how the fuck are you seeing this? Am I copying stuff that I should not be copying? By the way, database, you know what? Database should be passed around by pointer now. We should stop passing around database by copy because now it's a chunky boy, but that's part of my refactoring that I'm making. I guess that means that this guy is garbage when we get here, but how does it kind of work then? But by the way, can you guys? Yeah. You need to repro it. You need to delete the database file. Can you add a print here to see if any of the stuff in here is garbage? So you have database, and from database, your database is going to be. Oh no, wait, because you're also pulling in latest changes. So never mind. We're going to have the same definition. So my question is this connection garbage somehow? Like, if you look at this pointer, is this pointer reasonable? This guy should be null, but is this pointer going to be reasonable or is it going to be garbage? The client reads the database, but the client has its own database. I'm not talking about deleting awebo.db. I'm talking about deleting this. So if you run Zig build GUI, it will tell you what the cache path is, and in the cache path, there's a client-side database. So, what the fuck am I doing? So there's a database called this or this, and you want to delete this stuff. I just nuked the directory. What's your Neovim theme name? I am not using Neovim. I'm using an editor called flowcontrol.dev. I actually highly recommend it if you are shopping for editors. That being said, the theme is called Ayu Mirage. Ayu as in AYU Mirage. And you will find it for plenty of things. So you will also find it for Neovim. AYU Mirage. So I have no idea why that thing is exploding. Why, like, of all things, why is the fucking transaction causing trouble with out of memory? Like, it doesn't really make sense, does it? And also, I can't repro it anymore on my machine, which is surprising. Maybe I should remove the directory and then try again afterwards. But I don't see this anymore on my end. Git status. Yeah, I just added the debug line. I'm sorry. This is a mystery that I don't know how to solve. Okay, enough ranting about social stuff. Or is there anything else that I want to say? Let me think. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, it's so fucking weird. But it can. But I don't think it can be trash, because if that is trash, then nothing else makes sense. Unless the first time. Okay, let me think about it. If what happens the first time that is different on other times? Yeah, you know what? I think there might be something stupid that we're doing. You know what? I think I might be doing something really stupid. That is on me. I'm starting to think. So I'm having trouble modeling correctly what to do when the database is empty. And I think what happens, I think you know what? I think my fix might have not fully fixed it, maybe. Although, why am I not seeing this myself? Is there some transaction still open, perhaps? Shouldn't, but it might. But there is something that runs first. So let me show you the code flow. So before we get to hosting, we have the initialization. So we are in core. We're not in hosting, but we are doing the initial load. So we are in we are inside of run, and in run we are loading at some point database from disk, I believe. Let's see. Where are we loading stuff from disk? Oh no, you know what? Never mind. No, we're loading stuff from disk per host. DB construct pointer seems to be null. Okay, give me a sec, because I forgot where we are before we are here. Host connection update. No, we are loading this stuff from disk at some point. Wait a second. Persistence. Oh, there we go. In run, right? It's in the client is persistence. We do persistence.load. Persistence.load calls into this function, which will open the directories from disk. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Maybe this is where the poop is. We open the cache directory, and then in the cache directory, we discover all the hosts. And for each one of them, we initialize a database. And then we call load host. Okay, so this is where we start. Initialize the database, load host. So initializing the database, we'll run pragmas. We'll check if the database is empty. We use this query to check if the database is empty. So we basically just see if there's a table named host. If there isn't, we assume that the database is empty. And then we call query and then if the database is empty, we init all tables. Tables init. Go to definition. Why can I not go to definition? Oh man, ZLS. In any case, tables.init. I feel like I'm going insane. I'm calling tables.init. There's no function. How is there no tables.init function? What? Excuse me? This was working up until a second ago. What am I doing wrong? Did I fuck up Git somehow and I lost some changes that I made? I did put an init function up here. I remember doing that. Did I nuke this stuff in one of my commits somehow? Then why is my stuff running locally? What? Okay, give me a sec. I'm now super weirded out. Database tables.zig does have an init function. And I did add a transaction to it. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show, but wait. Oh, you know what the problem is? The problem is that I had not restarted my editor after changing branch or reloaded. Okay. Sorry. We're back now. Okay. We're back. Anyway, so in tables.init, so we were saying we were in persistence. And in persistence, we do init and then load host. So init calls tables.init, and tables.init uh, does a transaction, but it does defer commit, which is not great, but it actually works fine because any error here is a crash, so it's fine. Does it warn you if you try to save changes on an externally changed file? I believe it does, yes. The fact is that the file that I was modifying earlier, I believe, has not been changed between branches, so that one was fair game. In any case, yeah, so we run a bunch of queries to create the schema, but then we do commit. And for every one of these things, we do error handling. We do crash, but we error handle for sure. So it's not like we can we're forgetting to check the error from init. In any case, so we run init, and then we run load host. And load host for the client, this is still shitty code. This is shitty code that I need to update. But this thing starts, well, selecting, but we don't even get here, do we? Let me think. No, we do get here. We do run these queries. So we do initialize the host. Maybe this is the problem. Maybe this code here is wrong because no, this is not the problem because I'm then after the fact setting what needs to be set. So no matter what happens in here, at the end, we will have loaded any information that we have from the host, and then we have set database password username. So it shouldn't be garbage. There shouldn't be garbage in there. In any case, this is the persistence load. So we go back to core. So this runs. And then we try to connect to all the hosts. And then and then and then at some point we get a host sync. And this is where we run out of memory somehow, apparently. When calling dbcon transaction, which is super weird. Also, this function is weird because it calls exec no args begin. Oh, this one runs the query, doesn't prepare the query. Interesting. Hmm. I don't know. Well, have a good meeting. I still have to understand what does BBL mean. Man, I don't know what Neurosite is saying. Be back later. Oh, okay. I was thinking of some other acronym. That makes total sense. That makes way more sense than what I was able to come up with. Do not search BBL on your work computers. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that the comma there was doing a lot of heavy lifting. It was like, wait. The data neurosite writes BBL meeting, comma, see you later. Oh man. Anyway. Move queries to the new DB abstraction. So let's start moving some queries to the new DB abstraction, but then I don't know what we're doing wrong. We're doing something silly, but I don't know what it is that we're doing. And you know what we could do? I could try running this also under Valgrind myself, although, well, I can't on Mac. You know what? Maybe this is the time. Maybe this is the time though that we run stuff on Linux. Oh, 25. Switch to calendar versioning. Dig tool. Oh, fuck. Remind me later. We need to fuck. That is not the thing that I was trying to log into. I want i3. Okay. Wait a second. I do have a Awebo then. What do you know? Okay. Is this what I want to do? No. Is this what I want to do? No. Actually, maybe yes. Kinda. Or you know what? Fuck it. It works. Build. Also, I don't even know if I have right Zig. I do have right Zig. Okay. So that works. This is gonna complain probably that I have not initialized stuff. Oh man, I don't even have flow on this machine. Huh? Insane. Admin. Oh, somebody's ringing the doorbell. I'll be right back. Okay, so database initialized correctly. Can we run the server now? Server runs. Delightful. Zig build GUI failure. Backend error. No available video device. Shit. How do you make this stuff work on Linux? Let's see. I'm having a fucking of fun right now trying to PXE boot any Linux and any old thing client and recommendations for 128 megabyte RAM Linux. I don't have any, sorry. My brain wants to say dangling pointer somehow, since stack would be different between macOS and Linux, but also something like that. Yeah, I have no idea. How do you? What else do you have to do? I forget. Uh, I don't have anything in history. Is there anything in here that we need to worry about? Pulse audio, also no. This is just for the audio stuff, which we don't worry about anymore. Ninja, Python, Zlib, Clang, GTK 4. No, none of that applies to us. Um, Somebody in Discord, I think at some point made this work. I think they documented a little bit what they had to do to make it run. Oh my god, Discord is so fucking slow at loading history. Hmm. I do not remember. I'm on X11, so this should be fine. I think this is a configuration thing that I'm not doing right. No. How do I make the right fucking hand come up? That's not it. Is this it? Is this it? No, this is for moving, but I don't want to move. I want to resize. You were able. I was able to. I was not. That's not it. I was able to make it resize. I3. Why are you so disappointing, man? I'm pretty sure it was control, but huh. Anyway, I don't know how to resize. I guess. Um. To do backend init video events init window. We need to tell something about our system to SDL, and I don't know what. Oh, right click. Right. You're right. Thank you. That was it. I think I can also change the layout. How do you do this? Command Shift W. There we go. Okay. To do. Let's look at our build flags, I guess. I think we had some. To do. Oh, that's it. You know what? Maybe I searched Discord wrong because there is, I think there's like a see-through thing or something like that that you need to specify. I think somehow there's a way of specifying that. Or maybe it's a dependency that I'm missing. I don't know, something like how do you run NixOS? How do you run SDL on NixOS? SDL on NixOS. Let's do SDL NixOS no device solution. Of course, maybe I do need. Oh wait. Maybe the X11 stuff that I was doing in here. Oh, you know what? Maybe I do need this, and but I need to remove this. Nope. No available video device. So this is unfortunate because it means that I cannot test what's going wrong. Um, if we had the 2E application working, if the 2E client was doing something, then we could test with that. But unfortunately, that is not wired to the core. Could I try to wire it to the core? I guess I could. Does it even do any of that? Run. Start the Awebo terminal client. Okay. Go to definition. Start the Awebo client. Goodbye. Do nothing. Well, it tried. I guess what we could do is initialize stuff in here. Hmm. Yeah, maybe. Hmm. GPA, IO, environ. I guess we can start with an empty one. Refresh function. Um, right. What's the signature? Core source location optional U64. Source location. What is that? Is that a std.builtin dot source location? Yeah. And then that. Dummy refresh. Command Q buffer. Okay. Hmm. And we do corridor run. This is not the greatest, but in theory, it should allow us to start the core. The problem is that this is not gonna get us. No, this is not gonna get. Oh fuck. This is not gonna get us as far as we would like. I think. Oh, okay. We're gonna need more work. Uh, main init. Oh, so we do have environ. We just need to pass it down. To do. Why are we not just passing down init at this point? Honestly, just pass down init. That's not an interface, right? Or no definition found. Okay, fine. Oh, we actually don't even need this here. Expected two arguments found three. Oh, wait, what? Where? In main. I didn't save it. There's no environ in init. Fuck, I forget. Bro, please go to definition. God damn it. Uh, Actually, we need to check out an older. Um, this one. You just cannot leave without ZLS. I don't know. You could always make a quick React client and render it in the terminal, right? I understand that React is meant to be used for things other than the web, but I think you kind of have to be able to use React in the thingy. Yeah, have a good night, Ed on a cable. Thank you. Bye bye. What is it I was saying? GLS 016 blah 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 requires at least 2128. But God, wait, what? Have 2223. What are you talking about? Hmm. But God, Zig, wait, I have some weird config going on. Oh yeah, I'm telling it to use Zig one. Uh, the Zig. There you go. No more complaints. Can we go see what's in it now? There we go. Environ map. Expected blah blah blah. Found what? Oh, pointer to core. We did it. So now we are running the client. The problem is that the problem is that in config Awebo we don't have the necessary files to connect to the server. So we're not progressing to host sync. Like we're getting stuck earlier. Um, we could copy over the stuff from the host. So we could do from the host machine. So we could do slash host slash Christoph slash slash. I actually don't know what. Where is it? Where is this stuff? Application support. Library application support Awebo. What? Ah, you know what? Awebo slash star, and we want to copy this to home Christoph slash dot config slash Awebo. Okay, authentication failure. That is fine. Because when we did Zig build server, we use other credentials. These are the credentials that I was using on the other side. There we go. Run host manager started. Disconnected sleeping. Why? Oh wait, we're not running it. Okay, of course. Tui. Boom. So now we can do it all. Okay, so now remove Awebo, run TUI. Remove Awebo, run TUI. Remove Awebo, run TUI. I can't repro it. I can't repro it. I know this might be the wrong channel, but which community is more alive, Zig or Nim? Uh, Honestly, I don't know too much about the Nim community because I do Zig mostly. Well, mostly. I pretty much do exclusively Zig, and I definitely don't do Nim. So um, I don't have direct knowledge on that. I can tell you that Zig is bigger. Like the Zig community is much bigger than the Nim community. Zig is a bigger language than Nim in general. That tends to also have an impact on the size of the community. The Zig community is pretty lively, so I would say, we're healthy, we're bigger, so chances are that the Zig community is more, generally speaking, alive than than the Nim one. But this is not to say anything bad of Nim. I could imagine that there's like quite a few enthusiasts that are using Nim, like people that really like Nim. Um, I mean, I think it makes sense, right? If you're a Python programmer, like if you've done Python most of your life and you get your hands on Nim, you can still do something that is Python-ish. Uh, but then you also have macros, you have native compilation targets, so you can compile to JavaScript. So, I mean, I can see some people liking it. So I don't know if your worry is that you're gonna get to a dead language. I think the Nim is not a dead language. If you're worried that you're gonna get into a language where there's not gonna be a meetup in your town for it, chances are then there's not gonna be there's gonna be neither meetup. Chances are that there's not gonna be a Zig meetup and there's not gonna be a Nim meetup. There are some Zig meetups in some places. So if you're shopping for meetups, you can go to zig.day, and on zig.day we have this map of meetups. These are not just meetups. These are called Zig days because they take place on Saturday and they last the entire day. So for example, here's the one that we're running in Milan. We run it once a month. So these are meetups that run once a month. Usually normal meetups run more frequently. They run once a week, more or less. I guess it depends, but this one runs once a month and it takes the entire day. So the idea is that you get there in the morning and you do collaborative programming for the entire day until it's time to go and have go drink a beer and have dinner. I mean, if you want, you can leave earlier. Obviously, it's not like you're prevented from leaving, but the idea is that you spend a good day working on stuff with people. So so Zig.day collects these kind of Zig meetups. There's also normal Zig meetups if you want to search for them. They're just not collected on this website. And I don't know, like for example, if you live in Milan or near Milan, or if you live in Nuremberg, for example, uh there's gonna be something. But if you're living, anywhere else, I don't know, you live somewhere in Poland or you live somewhere in the United States in the middle, then yeah, there's not gonna be anything for Zig, any Zig event near you, chances are, and probably Nim is in that same situation. But Zig days are pretty cool. I actually recommend you try to join one if you can manage. Let's see. I'm just looking for something to work with a Raspberry Pico. That's not gonna be C. I see. I don't know what the state of this stuff is in Nim, but if you're interested in this with Zig, then do take a look at MicroZig. So MicroZig is a HAL. It's a hardware abstraction layer uh, for embedded devices. Um, the point of microsig is really just basically do the boilerplate for you to get your hands on a working project so that you can start blinking LEDs and whatnot. My recommendation would be to join their Discord server. If you click on community, there's the Zig Embedded Group Discord. They don't even bother explaining what the Zig Embedded Group is. They just say Zeg. God damn it, man, these people. But in any case, you can join their Discord, and in there you can ask, how hard or easy it is to get microsig working on your Raspberry Pico or whatever. So do check that out if you want. Okay. So long story short, we just cannot repro. We just cannot repro. What am I doing? Okay, so I don't know. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give up trying to repro this. Okay, and let's start moving some queries to the new database abstraction. Also, I'm gonna have to eat lunch in a bit, I think. Let me worry about that for a second. Hmm. Okay. Let's get queries moved over. So where do we start? I would say since the client is kind of janky right now, let's work on the server first. Also, so that we don't collide with the PR that we still have to merge. So, server run is doing a lot of queries, one way or another, and maybe not a lot, but it's definitely doing some queries. And if we don't see them here, it's because they're just stuffed somewhere else. Oh, never mind. But we are doing queries. Yeah. So, we are basically doing. This is initting the state, so we're loading state from. Uh, from disk. And this is making us do a bunch of queries. So for example, this specific query here, select count star max ID from users, is exactly one of the queries that I already moved over. This one, select count star max ID from users. So we should be able to use this query to move this query to the new code. So how would that look like? Basically, that would be there would be so we're saying that the row will always exist. Why? Because it will always return, like, for example, count 0. Yeah, that makes sense. So it would be var. Also, why is it var r? Const r equals db dot queries select user limits dot. No, we don't want to do it like this. We want to do queries dot run. Unfortunately, we are not gonna get help for that. Helix is doing a horrible job with auto completion. Is it not run? This run. And then args. What are my args? Right, I deleted. It's okay. Okay, what are my args going to be? The answer is nothing because this doesn't take any argument. So select user limits, then nothing. And this will look up the statement, reset it, bind arguments. If it's a row thing called step, nested false, and then return a row. This is not accounting for nullability, unfortunately, right now, but okay. So we were gonna do the next const user count equals r dot get count. Expected pointer type on the Awebo database, else prong required when switching on type. Yeah. Expected pointer type found the Awebo database. Yeah. In field parent pointer, discard const qualifier. I think this is fine. Type of web query is not indexable. Bind values. Oh, okay. So we need to also add metaprogramming for binding values. So we cannot just say bind args here, but we need to. This is fine. So we need to do four in line four or in line four. In line four, type info. We need the config.args. I think we should do it like this. If config.args. No, we always make it structs. So type info config args dot struct dot fields. We do s dot bind value. Value is gonna be at field args comma f dot name. The fact that this run function loses because of metaprogramming a bunch of things, like this is really bad. I think as an interface, because we could make it so much better. Like instead of this, we need a run function inside DB. The only problem is that we're not going to be able to, like, we'll need to pass down DB again, which sucks. But honestly, of all problems, yeah, sorry, this signature, like, it's just turbo sucks. I'm gonna move this into a query. We lose way too much stuff. Function run, Q is gonna be a pointer to the query. Let's call it this. And then uh although probably this run also is not gonna be too helpful in ZLS for now, but it will in the future. This is gonna be the query, and then we're probably gonna need DB. And then we're going to need, unless we save that pointer in here, which I don't want to do. I don't want to do. But we would save so much pain to ourselves if we just did that. I don't want to do, but we would save so much pain. Yeah. I think the problem is that we're using ZQLite. We should get rid of ZQLite. Hello, Penguin operator. We should make our own thing from scratch. But anyway. And so args are going to be config.args. There we go. And that returns result. Something like that. And so this run function then doesn't really exist. So what were we doing here? So this doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. This does exist. And this has to exist. Okay, so this is the code that we need to preserve. So first we reset the query. Then in line 4, type info of config.args. Yeah, sure. Fields 00, bind value, args fname, index idx. And here we lose db fatal, but we can do fatal db, I guess. Yeah, like this. Hmm. Okay, blah blah blah. Fatal db. Q.stmt.con. Also, this should be only if debug mode. If built-in dot no if std.debug.safety runtime safety. We do this. Expected a comma. What the fuck are you expecting a comma? Oh, we're missing a parenthesis. That's what's happening. Okay. Duplicate. Oh shit. We had already fatal db. We didn't. I was surprised that we didn't have it, but yeah, we did. Okay. Bajillion issues. Q statement. Is there a good resource on how to use debdty? Yeah, there's like man pages. There's probably plenty of blog posts. You're not saying exactly what it is you're trying to do, but even asking AI is not a bad idea. Like, uh, it will give you context. My recommendation is to ask AI for general ideas on how to solve your use case, and it will probably point you in the right-ish direction. But then ask it for resources that you can reference. Or in any case, as you learn more about the details on how something is done, also make sure to cross-check with external resources. Um, you will find plenty of stuff. Also, if you're doing that in Zig and you're like doing a TUI application, I mean, if your point is to learn this stuff from scratch, then obviously go for it. But otherwise, take a look at libvaxis, Libvaxis, from Rocco Rager. That library implements a bunch of stuff for you. So It's a good library. Okay, so goodbye run. You sucked. You sucked all along. You did suck all along. Rip bozo. So now we can go to run, and we don't write this garbage anymore, but we write queries dot select user limits. Where's the run function? Did I not make it pub? I did not make it pub. Kind of important. Run. Args unknown type. That is unfortunate, but it's fine. It's empty in our case. Oh, it's not 016 ready. So here's how you can cheat. We are using it, and we are using Neurosite's fork. Neurosite has a branch called Awebo. He has a fork of libaxis, has a branch called Awebo. I guess this is either a branch or a tag, but I'm guessing it's a branch. And this contains fixes for 016 because we're on 016 ourselves. Oops. So consider using the Awebo branch in the meantime. Oops, no, I did not want to do that. Sorry. Don't get count. Yes. Okay, in theory, we should have replaced the old logic now. Will it blend? Will it blend? No. Accepted type metafield enum blah 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 found blah 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 query config blah 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 blah. Oh, result was based on field enums. Oh shit, that was bad. Result does not need to be like that anymore. Man, even that part of the metaprogramming was specified by what I was doing earlier. Args is not needed anymore, it seems. And this guy, yeah, you know what? Wait, like this. Expected type connection found and SQLite 3. Oh, okay. We need to make some variables for this stuff. Can we see the repo? Yeah, it's this one. It's linked up there. What will this guy return? Dawn false. Pro. Okay. Um if not, return null. Okay, with this we are dealing with optionalness. All right. There we go. No field member named get in optional. Yeah. We can do dot question mark in here because we expect this to always return a row. Okay, it worked. Last ID is 0. So it worked, but this video is wrong. Last ID 0. Oh, you know what? We might have failed to. Well, we haven't restored this. Max between latest ID and r dot nullable int 1. So now this becomes r dot um, get. Oh, it could be null. Max ID. So we mapped this wrong. Did you find a fix? Hey, on your side. No, I haven't because I can't repro. I added to the TOI code the code necessary to start the core, and it doesn't have this trouble. So it doesn't exhibit this problem. I don't know what it is that you guys are doing wrong. My recommendation is reset the server database and reinitialize it. Reset the client database. Make sure that you have the latest commit. I don't know. It just doesn't repro on my computer. It's let optional, but get doesn't give me an optional. That is indeed true. So we need to fix this. This guy here, max ID, returns an optional U64. And now this works, huh? I got this binding wrong. Not supported. What the fuck is not supported, man? Relax. Oh. Oh, there we go. Ah, it's my error. It's my error. I made it. I put it there. Huh. Well, we can do it like this. Oh, wait, we're doing call type. So we don't even need the as. We can just do incast. Right, because call type. Yeah. Does it work properly with GDB? Um, if you're making a debug build, you are getting the native backend, maybe. If you're on x86 for Linux, you're getting the native backend, so you would need to use LLVM. Like you need to add use LLVM if you want normal debug info, because that backend produces Zig specific debug info, and you need the forked, the LLDB fork by Jacob Lee, I believe, to use that correctly. And release safe builds don't work here, at least. Oh Jesus. Um, Wait, that is surprising. So you're saying the debug works, but release safe does not? So I guess that is UB. Some issue with the VUI. Oh. Oh, okay. Well. By the way, was there any special setting required to launch the GUI version on Linux? Because I'm getting errors and I don't remember what it is that I'm doing wrong. Hmm. Oh shit. See, import failed. Use an unknown built-in VA argpack. Oh, I think that's a Zig moment. Uh, okay, I see. Just go to the build script and add user VM equals true to the GUI client, and you should be fine. Did I say LLDB? I meant user VM. Can we run the server now? Inquiries expected to come after switch prong. Oh, but I just put it, man. So we so dumb. Okay, so this is now seemingly working, but But this should not be saying that the latest ID is 0. Also, this number seems suspicious. There's a lot of 4s in that number. Eh, I guess it's fine. So I don't know. My point is that the result seems wrong, but I don't know for sure because I need to move over all these queries before I can really evaluate if anything is broken or not. Max updated from channels. But how are channels defined? Wait, maybe am I? Oh, I see. No, this is actually correct. If I look at database tables, and if we look at how the channels table is defined, we should not be using our IDs for these channels. We should not indeed. Let me think. um, and we're saying that updated is daytime. Nah, this should not be daytime. We should say that this is a Awebo ID, which apparently we can put here. This is information that we can put here if we want. I think we should say that that is a Awebo ID. Or just ID, I guess. Yeah. And so for the channel ID, we don't use our unique ID system, although we could in theory. Probably there is no real downside to doing that. Maybe we should. You know what? Integer primary key. Do we say ID primary key? Ascending not null. Yes. But that means that the query in here is wrong because we want to select max updated and we want to select max ID from channels. So then, wait, why am I updating the shitty query? Yeah, let's update the shitty query. Fine. So that at least we can see it work correctly, and then we can do the same afterwards. R nullable int 0 else 0 comma r dot question mark dot nullable int 1 or else 0. Okay. Fatal DB error near blah 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 syntax error. Oh, we're missing a comma. There we go. Now ID max ID is 4. Yeah, latest ID is 4. That is correct. Okay. Okay, that works. Okay, let's now take the shitty query and make it a good query. So what is the non-shitty version of this? Const r equals db dot queries dot. Oh, we don't have this. So this needs to be, what are we gonna call it? Max ID channels. So we need to create max ID channels. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go into queries. I'm gonna go where the other queries are, and we're adding our new bad boy. Select max ID channels. Okay. Query is gonna be this guy. Kind row. Columns is gonna be max ID and max updated. Also optional. I have a question about async. I've read an article from Windows blog. The sixth example, I assume B doesn't leak because it got canceled, but how? It only have defer, not or defer. Okay, I think that the TOEFL answered correctly. Awesome. Yeah. So I'm gonna fix this, and then I'm gonna have lunch real quick, and then I'll resume afterwards. Okay. So this query has no arguments. We also can assert that this query will return a row, given what it is. Defer r.init latest ID equals intcast. Actually, we don't even need the intcast anymore because we can just do at max latest ID r dot get r dot get what did I call them? Max ID or else 0 r dot get max updated or else 0. Okay, so this is the updated version of this query. Let's see if we compile, and let's see if we get the right answer. We do compile. We fucked up the answer. Well, what can I say? Awesome. Awesome indeed. Awesome indeed. So why is this like this? What did we do wrong? 0, 0. What? Query. Select max ID, max updated from channels. The only thing that I can think of, is that we are, well, no, we actually might be fucking up the way we run this query. Queue statement. I think we are failing to run the step stuff maybe. Although, no, this is all happening. So the query has run once correctly. It was done after producing one row. And then we have one row in here over which we can do get. I think this is what we're failing. I think this is the broken logic. Let me see if I can fix it quickly. For each column in config.calls, definition and index, if the definition matches, also, you know what we need in here? Oh, compile unreachable. That's what we need. Although no, wait, no, we need this. Well, simply because it's more better explanatory. Okay. So it's optional U64. So we do row nullable int of this index. Do indexes not started? Do they start like at number? No, they do start at 0. So they do start at 0, right? Because the old code was starting with 0. Yes. I wonder what we're fucking up this time. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have lunch quick and then debug this afterwards. Sorry, there's no payoff of seeing the right answer. We only see the shitty answer. So this was the shitty query, but producing the right answer. This is the new system, but it's broken. So work AFK. Give me 15 minutes. Yeah, I wait lunch, and then we fix this thing. Like, what the heck is going on in here, man? You get to stare. You get to stare. You get to stare at the metaprogramming. I think that the error isn't here, but I just don't know. I don't know. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry, all. It took me slightly longer than 50 minutes, but I did it. Okay, so we are trying to understand why our query does not give us the value that we expect it to give us. What is going on? What is going on indeed? So I wonder if there's like some SQLite logging thing. Is there a flag? SQLite verbose logging. Query logging. Oh, let's go. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Give it. Give. Arrow logging callback. Uh, yeah. ZMSG. Oh, is a Z message just an alternated string? Is the Z for that? Okay, let's go in database. And in init, even before the pragmas, we do on dot changes, close commit, exact, prepare release, rollback, rows, and close. Okay, so none of these higher level APIs are for us. This is a SQLite connection thingy. Wait, what the fuck is SQLite 3 config? How was the food? It was good. I just had like tuna with onions and tomatoes, like salad thingy. Really nice. He suggested a start time using C code similar to the following. It's an SQLite 3 config thing. So config SQLite config log. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Oh, it's SQLite config log. Yes. Callback. And p data. Wait, what the fuck is p data? Wait, man, what's p data? No. It's this. It's like what's p data? Oh no, man. The third argument to the p data argument in the example above is a pointer to arbitrary data. SQLite passes the pointer through to the first argument of the logger callback. Okay, so like just call it p data. Don't change it the name to p arg. Okay, so I was like null, and then null is what we're gonna get, and we're gonna be happy. You'll own null and be happy. Export function log callback underscore pointer to any optional pointer to any opaque. Awesome. Then error code. And then message null terminated string. Callback is void, right? Doesn't return anything. Yeah. Log.debug. SQLite error. Okay, error code. And oh, thank you. This one. To error code and then MSG. Cannot pass. Really? That doesn't get. You cannot pass null? Wait. Cannot pass type of null to ready function. Okay, you know what? Pass back the fucking function pointer. You happy now? Bit of type C int ignored. Oh, this returns an int? It does. I don't know. SQLite error recovered 96 frames from wall file. I think that's not actually an error. I may be wrong, but I suspect that that is not actually an error. It's just log. Application can use the SQLite 3 log API to send new messages to the log if desired, but this is discouraged. The SQLite 3 log interface is intended to use by extensions only, not by applications. Yeah. Variety of error messages. SQLite warning. Out of memory error conditions to generate error logging events with the SQLite SNOMEM error code. The message says how many bytes of memory were requested by the failed allocation. I think this is good logging. I think this is error log. This is good logging. So I'm gonna change this from SQLite error to SQLite log. I think this should be debug only. I mean, it's already doing debug logging, but if built-in dot mode equals dot debug, we have a bunch of we have a bunch of changes. Init empty database. What the fuck? Init empty. Go away. So that we removed run. We did a bunch of changes there, but then query. Let me start removing some queries. I was thinking of pushing so that people that can repro the other error can give us information about it. But we still have the problem that we fucked up that query. Like, how? How did we fuck that up that hard? Like, if I comment this and then uncomment this, then now this is gonna work. God damn it, I hate this. So this is working. This is not working. Why? More logging. Inside get log.debug. Getting call IDX. Or we can even better. We can do this. this. Count 0, max ID 1, yes. Then max ID 0, max updated 1, yes. uh, they're all null. Like these values are all reported null. But why are they all reported null, man? This is the part that I don't get. I think we need more logging. So this is error and warning logging. And that's okay. But I want more. This is not all of it. Let's see, programming interfaces, result and error codes. Extensions, features, error and warning log. I want more. Where's the query log? SQLite query log. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be a thing. I tried to implement a query log by hooking SQLite 3-step. This is the only function I need to take care to log all database changes. Rollback hook. Yeah, it's probably kind of complicated to like logging queries is probably a very like generic idea that probably doesn't map too well with all the semantics. But for this fucking query, I really don't get it. Is it row or rows? Oh wait, did I fuck that up? Select max age channel. No, it's just a single row thing. A single row query. So we run that one thing. Like if okay, copying this should cause a crash. We should treat that assert. No, wait, I'm wrong. That's not wrong. That's fine. What? Return reachable code. Huh. Yeah, it gave us misuse probably. Yeah, okay. It gave us an error. We triggered the crash, I think. No, we triggered the assert. Wait, did I misunderstand how that thing is supposed to be used? I think I might have misunderstanding how you step stuff. Wait a second. How the fuck do you step stuff? Server run database. Let's go from here. So whenever you call row, prepare the statement, bind values, then try stepping. If stepping returns false, return null. Otherwise, return a row that maps a statement. what does row do? Row doesn't call any form of stepping. It's just called, yeah, it expects everything to be done at this point. So you only need to step a query once for a row. Like looking at this code, there's like just no way of getting confused about that. Step to completion. Maybe we should be using step to completion. Although this is just using step. Why is this not doing anything more than step? Oh, this is not even stepping. So rows doesn't even step because we step in next, right? Has data, right? If not has data, return null. If has data, return a row. Why is it null in our case? This whole thing surprises me. The fact that this doesn't work really surprises me. And the fact that this returns true when run again is also weird. I mean, it's weird behavior. That's not what I was expecting, but it's not completely incompatible with what I was expecting. So we step it once. Hmm, hmm. Can you log the row? Well, I'm trying to extract from the row. Wait, you know what? What if the thing is reset? What if it's not? I should not be calling reset. Nope, it's still fucked. Do you find some way to bypass it? I only found a hack by using RTX in chat UI. You need to call the init before placing any other elements so that they won't be put inside, but then you can't use set text on it. Um, uh, I don't remember. I don't remember. You have to look at what I currently have because currently it does work. Like currently, you can put text in the text box, then press the button to send the message, and then you can see it reset. I think it might be that the way you make it work is that you have something like you reset the data that it uses. Maybe like my point is that you can make it refresh the next frame. That's also a thing that you can do, but I don't remember the details. I don't remember the details. Hmm. Why is this stupid database kicking our butts so fucking hard, man? I'm just failing to understand how this code works. I guess. Oh, exact user step to completion. Okay. Exact no args. Prepare. Close prepare v2. SQLite okay. If in debug. A string which might not be null terminated. What? What the fuck? Tail statement. SQLite only compiles the first statement it finds and silently ignores the rest. Make this an error instead. Okay. What a story. So connection is the normal connection. Statement is the statement that we just made from SQLite. Um, row makes a statement, calls bind on it. Binding starts at 1. Oh, this is index plus 1. Well, would you look at that? Would you look at that? That is something that I was programming wrong, but also I wasn't exercising any of these code paths. So that was wrong code, but we didn't even know about. So we just do it like this. There you go. So this is now good, but also there's literally have been no value to bind up until now. So how you're currently doing it is you're putting text entry as last element, which allows you to know button presses, but then use gravity X to make it appear as the first element. Oh, I see. Well, I don't know. I think these are questions that are best asked to David Vanderson in Discord because I mean, you know, he's the one that knows this stuff. I don't. Or rather, he's the one that knows best. Also, though, what came to mind in the meantime. So here we're trying to run the TUI stuff. You know what we're not been doing? While grind. Oh, you know what? We should do. Awebo TUI. So far, no complaints. So it should complain about leakage because we are definitely leaking. Yeah, so we're leaking some memory, and that's fine. But we don't have any invalid access. Okay, so even Valgrind is fine with our code. We are not doing UB. I don't know. Hmm. These are all null. Why do we think that they're all null? God damn it, man. SQLite 3 column type. SQLite null. Column type. SQLite null. SQLite null. SQLite null. There it is. It's my fucking assert. Oh shit. I actually could have figured this out. It's my safety assert. It's my safety assert that sucks ass. There you go. Now watch it work. Boom. There you go. Now it works. I thought that we could push it forward one more time and it would work, but no. Turns out that you can't. Okay, I'm gonna grab tea. It's already brewed. Just need to put it in my cup. 10 seconds and I'll be back. So, uh, no step in the ass. No. Assert. So this is it. My safety thingy was making us wonky, so we it should not have been this confusing to me, but well, what can I say? The good thing though is that this adventure got us the SQLite error callback, and maybe that will give us hints on what the heck is going on um, with the out of memory error. Uh, actually, I think that since given how they call this thing, we should call it the SQLite error warn log. I just wish we could print the name of this error code, but zqlite.c. I don't think this stuff is usable in here. And see you, Penguin. I don't think there is a way for us to see those things as an enum. But you know what? I would be delighted to be wrong. Also, I'm surprised that these structs have. That's an extra struct, but why are some of those opaques but with stuff in them? Why are those opaques for us but with stuff? That's so kind of curious. So here's some constants. Wait, these are all very shitty constants. Okay, you know what? Let's go to this one. I think I saw also something called query log. Hmm. Yeah, some of these things are like really annoying. We would have to do some bunch of manual work to make them useful. Like 283. Like who has 283? 283. 283. Who knows? 150. 283. 283. Eh. I don't even know where that stuff is. Okay, that said, I think I saw it's like query log. Okay, stuff with log in it. Oh, SQL log. What the fuck is SQL log? Can we see the constants? Yeah. Prepare don't log. SQL log. What is this? The session should be of type void. The callback is invoked by the library in three separate circumstances, identified by the value passed as the fourth parameter. If the fourth parameter is 0, then the database connection passes the second argument has just been opened. The third argument points to a buffer containing the name of the main database file. If the fourth parameter is 1, then the SQL statement that the third parameter points to has just been executed. Or if the fourth parameter is due, then 2, then the connection path to the second parameter is being closed. The third parameter is passed null in this case. As an example, using this configuration option can be seen in the test SQL log.c source file in the canonical SQLite source tree. So we do have SQL logging. I mean, might as well turn this on. Okay, so this starts with the build script where here we do this. And we do else blah blah blah. So this is gonna be the whole sum plus plus, maybe like this. Maybe we don't even need this. We'll see. Else if um, optimize equals debug, SQLite foo, I don't remember, equals 1. Okay. Incompatible types. the heck are you talking about, man? Compatible types? Struct, com time const, SQLite foo. Uh, like this? I don't think that's the case. Expected indexable found const struct. Okay, so this is not it. I wonder if for some reason this it wants the second one to be like that. Unable to resolve com time value. Oh. SAD built-in optimize mode. Okay. Hmm. You know what? Let's simplify our own life. Let's just enable it unconditionally. Fuck it. Uh, enable SQL log. Okay, so this is where it starts. Then in here, the DB init issue. What? Which is not called after. Oh shit. Okay, give me a sec. I'll need to. Oh, you did some work. Okay, I'll need a moment before I can merge this. Thank you. I'm adding more logging infrastructure. Okay, so can the log callback be the same or does it need to be different? To a function of type, void combined with the process of the defined toggle beat. Hey toggle, hello. Hello everybody, welcome. Um, so well, welcome back to streaming toggle. I see that you've been missing for a while. We missed you. I think I watched a little bit of your. This is your second stream, right? I think I watched a bit of your stream yesterday, 2 days ago. But I was being lazy and not interacting with chat. I'm sorry. But yeah, welcome back. Third. Holy shit. Yeah. Well, you see, I'm already missing out. So it was the second. Skylar. Skylar is not a true fan. What can I say? I'm a true fan. Stream rehab. Yeah, man, I got hit by. So I had good holiday a good holiday vacation. But then good holidays. That's what I meant to say. But then at the end of the holidays, like beginning of January, I got hit real hard by the seasonal flu, and holy shit, that thing ruined me. Um, like it was one of the worst things that I've had. Yeah, recently, and it got me to the point where now I put a calendar event, a recurring calendar event to get vaccinated because I don't want to do that ever again. Fuck. I just don't want to do that ever again. So I'm gonna get vaccinated um, next year, hopefully. In any case, welcome everybody. Sorry, sorry for this. Like I don't know. We're getting old. I'm getting old, so now we talk about being sick. Uh, but what are we doing? We are doing a self-hostable Discord alternative in Zig. And I've been working on data synchronization between client and server, which doesn't seem to be super complicated. But I need to go and eat before I get older. Yeah, man, run. Otherwise, you're not even gonna make it there alive. Thank you, Doggle. See you next time. So we're making a self-hostable Discord alternative. It's meant to be open source. It's meant to be self-hostable. It's meant to be good. But we are still in the beginning, like initial phases, where I'm coming up with database abstractions, and I'm not making an ORM. I'm purposely avoiding shaping things like an ORM. But you do want some metaprogramming around it because, you know, otherwise the moment you add a new column, like a new field to your structs, then there's going to be a missing column in the database. Or actually, I think the worst is the other way around, right? You add a table, you add a column to a table, or you change something and then the queries don't match anymore, and then you only get the error when you run the query. So I'm adding like all the machinery around it to get some safety. For example, we now use prepared statements. Prepared statements are good because they parse the query only once, so you don't have to the database doesn't have to parse your queries over and over and over again every time you run it. And then it also has a nice property that it validates those queries against your schema. So if your schema doesn't match, then you get a error right away, not just when the query runs, but you get it right away. You don't get it at compile time, but you get it at runtime early. And that also means that you can make a test for it. So for example, whenever I run tests, I also test all the queries that way. So this is the kind of stuff that we're setting up. And also right now I'm setting extra logging from SQLite, and I'm trying to wrangle the CAPI and see how things work. Generally speaking, we are, so as I was saying, we're just at the beginnings, but we're doing a pretty decent job because we are on path to getting good state synchronization between client and server. And I mean, I would say that's like 40% of the chat application. Then the other 40% is going to be audio and video, for which I've already done some work. And then the remaining 20%, I guess it's everything else. So yeah, the most important feature in Discord is downloading huge updates every time you start it. I think that might be a feature that we're not going to have. I'll tell you though, one big improvement that we are going to have compared to Discord right away. So one is going to be that you're going to be able to connect to the same voice channel from the same account from two different devices at the same time. So in Discord, if you have like your phone and your computer and you're logged in with the same user account, only one of the two devices can be connected to a voice channel at a time. Joining voice from one device automatically disconnects your other device. And Here, instead, we're gonna have, you know, the thing that you would expect. So you connect from one client, it works. Then you connect also from the second client, and it works, and that's it. And end of story. Second thing that we're gonna have is drum roll, is gonna be the ability to do high quality streaming without having to pay for Nitro. It is understandable that Discord wants money from you to be able to stream high quality. Fine, but here the idea is gonna, it's like stupid expensive. Like if you're a server owner and you want to give, let's see how much that costs. Let's see if we can see how much this costs. So I want to boost the server, right? For example, server boost. Oh yeah, right. Server boost is the first item in the option menu with even a separator. It's like, man, first thing that you want to do on a server, boost it. So if you want to give people HD streaming, you need 7 boosts. Can somebody tell me what 7 boosts cost? Can we estimate the cost of 7 boosts? Nitro gives you 2 boost this, or wait, I can press the button. Oh God, please don't just charge me immediately. Okay, it's 5 euros. Okay, so to support HD streaming, it's 35 euros a month. 35 euros a month. I'm gonna go on Hetzner. I'm not even gonna look at like bare metal machines. I'm just gonna look at VPSs. Okay, the most expensive here is 24 euros, 32 gigabytes of RAM, 320 gigabytes of hard drive, 20 terabytes of monthly traffic. Again, this is 24. It's not even 35. Do they not have a 35? Oh, shared cost optimized, shared regular performance. Okay. 640 gigabytes, 32 gigabytes of RAM. So you can get a fancy VPS, like a virtual private server like that. There's even dedicated general purpose. Optimized for consistent performance with dedicated vCPUs. Best choice for critical production workloads. Optimized for best price performance for low to medium CPU usage. Okay, so if you want the fancy one, then you can get this one. Or this one. Well, you know what? Let's not go above. Man, I would argue that this server is probably complete overkill to run something like a Discord server. Like running a Discord server, I suspect shouldn't cost this much. Not even remotely. We're gonna see once we start deploying these things, but I would bet you that you can stuff a Awebo server in one of these shitty machines and you're gonna be fine. We'll see. I may be wrong, but we'll see. Are there any plans for a TUI client? Let's take a look. Issues. Statically linked TUI client. Yes. We have plans. Also, Neurosite has done some work. So we're definitely going to have that. The 35 euros for Discord is to pay for all the free loading servers. Yeah, that is true. But why would I have to do that? Like, why? Okay. Tax paying people in chat. Why should we have to pay for all the free loaders? Where's the Discord eyes? I'm joking. The point is, I get that makes total sense for their business model, but at the same time, respectfully, fuck their business model. How about I pay for the shit that I use, and other people can decide what to do with their life on their own? and you're going to do federated accounts or a client which can connect to multiple servers. No and yes. So no, there's not going to be federated accounts. Yes, a client can connect to multiple servers. You're just going to have separate credentials depending on, each server is going to have its own database. So my point is the socialist, but the point is that this is not socialism, right? This is the funniest thing. This is not socialism. You are paying for the way in which they are building a moat. Like you're helping them monetize users. Like you're helping them collect a giant user base that then they can milk harder and harder in the future. So like you're just helping them win the winner wins all game. It's not even real socialism. It's like it's just ass. This is just ass. You're actually helping them play the VC game. Let's see. We know IRC, TeamSpeak, Mumble, and so on exist, and Discord is only popular because you click a link and it adds you to the server. Well, I used to be a very happy user of TeamSpeak in the past, but I mean, I do think that Discord deserves. So while there's a lot of like startup bullshit going on, I do think that Discord deserves some of its popularity because I mean, like TeamSpeak can do voice, but it can't do text. I'm talking about like old school TeamSpeak. I don't know what they're doing with the new TeamSpeak, but it's cringe. Like I think I've seen occasionally how they do social media at TeamSpeak, and it was like complete cringe. So I'm talking about like what was it, TeamSpeak 3, version 3. So that didn't do text. It only did voice. Or rather, you could chat at the bottom of a voice channel, but it wasn't the same thing. IRC, similar to TeamSpeak, yeah, it had text at the bottom, but it's not the same thing as Discord, man. Like there's like a gigantic difference. Come on, it's not even the same planet. IRC, you have to be connected to see those messages, or of course you could set up a always running shell somewhere. Like you could have something idle for you, but like come on. I think Mumble is in the same boat as TeamSpeak. So Discord does have some good things. It's just that those things have no reason to be locked into a software as a service solution. Like fuck that. Let's make our own. Let's self-host it. I bet you that if we make it as good as Discord in terms of the good things that Discord has, even though our version will require you more effort to create your server, I bet you that a bunch of people are going to be willing to use it. Sure, the convenience of being able to just set up a Discord server, share the account and everything else, in a sense, it's unbeatable. But you know what? Fine. Like let's leave the masses there. They can stay wherever they want. Us at least, let's have a better experience. We can make a better experience for ourselves. Like we're software engineers. Why should we limit ourselves to the slop that Discord wants to feed us? We can make better. We can make a better life for ourselves. So let's go do that. That's the whole point. And then if this thing never becomes as popular as Discord, it's fine because I don't have VC money. This is not a startup, so like we're not aiming for an exit. I'm aiming for using this and have a good life. So it's a win, even if it doesn't get that popular. Actually, in some ways, you could argue it's even better. So yeah, that is the idea. I think Discord is popular because it's so easy to host. Being free is just an add-on. Yeah. And you know what? Even if this you have to self-host, I mean, that doesn't prevent companies from selling you Awebo servers. You know how you could in the past? You could self-host TeamSpeak, or alternatively, you could pay a hosting service to host your TeamSpeak server, and it was cheap. Does people remember? I think a normal TeamSpeak server was like €5 a month, maybe. Although to be fair, here's another thing that you can't do with those things that you can with Discord: screen share. With TeamSpeak, you cannot do screen share. Although at the time you also didn't have the bandwidth at home to do screen share, so the user limit was annoying. Yeah, that is fair. Although it does make sense, right? If you're selling, like if you have your own server, then obviously you want to be able to support as many users as your machine can, basically. But if you're selling servers, then you have to put limits because, well, users consume resources, basically. That's the whole problem. Yeah. Okay. So point being, we're doing this stuff. I'm setting up the SQLite stuff, and we are in the process of hammering state synchronization. In case anybody's curious, this is how I spec message synchronization. Not very formal. It's full of typos and grammatic errors. I apologize. But it should give you an idea of basically the level of sophistication, which doesn't mean that there's a ton of sophistication. It's just that it's like, this is where we're at right now. So this is what I'm trying to implement. But to get here, I need first to get the SQL stuff right. That's what I'm doing. So getting SQL stuff right in order to get that fully implemented. And in the meantime, oh, sorry, I forgot to mention this. So some people might have seen this already in the past when I was demoing this. We had working voice calls. So I was able to take this server, deploy it somewhere, give the IP address to other people, and they would be able to join, and we would be able to have a voice call. No screen sharing, no video whatsoever, but we were able to do audio. This is currently broken because audio has regressed on macOS and Linux. So technically, if we were all Windows users, we could still do this work. We could still make this work because on Windows, audio still works, but it has regressed on other platforms. That being said, we're working on it. Andrew, as in Andrew Kelly, is on the case. He's working on the new audio backend stuff. So hopefully he'll be ready soon. And at that point, we'll have super basic messages, no attachments, no bold. Like we don't have yet the concept of like text markup. But we're gonna work our way up there. Last I checked, it didn't build for Windows. It should now. It does now, actually, because it's in CI. If you run Zig build CI, you're building also for Windows. Yeah. The one actually thing that we're not testing with Zig build CI is the macOS build, because we haven't set up the cross compilation stuff for macOS. Okay, let's get SQLite SQL logging going so we can see what we're doing. Okay, the first argument should be a pointer to a function of type void star. So it's a function that returns. Is this saying that this is a pointer of a function that returns void, or is this a pointer of a function that returns void? Yes, this is why the parentheses are here. So this is, I think this sentence is wrong because this is a function pointer. So this is the type of the pointer, not of the function. Although probably in C, all these concepts are like all squished together because nothing makes sense there. So this function accepts void star. What the fuck does SQLite 3 star mean? And then char star and then int. The second should be of type void star. but the value passed as the fourth parameter, the int. Okay. I think I'm starting to get it. This is explained in close to the worst possible way, but I'm getting it. Export function SQL callback. Oh, you know what? Let's call this log erlog. Yeah, it is a context. Then SQLite 3 pointer. I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm gonna do underscore pointer any opaque. Probably not gonna care about that, but we are gonna care about the text. Um, I think this is gonna be the query, and then int. Oh wait, what the fuck am I doing? This is yeah, no, this is my callback. Function of type void, and then int. I don't know, case. Okay. And I think we want to do this. Actually, let's read more. The second should be type whatever. Okay, so we're gonna do this like this. SQL log, SQL log. Okay. Then the callback is invoked in three separate circumstances. If the fourth parameter is 0, then the database connection passed as the second argument has just been opened. We don't care. If the third argument points to a buffer containing the name of the main database file. So why is this saying SQLite 3 star? Then this is another string. Oh no, the third argument, sorry. The third argument, this one, okay. If the fourth parameter is 1, then the SQL statement that the third parameter points to has just been executed. Or if the fourth parameter is 2, then the connection being passed as the second parameter is being closed. Oh, so it's like, these are like different pointer types. This is an SQLite 3, these or that. Okay. So we only care about one. If case different than 1, return. And then in here we do SQLite query log. Maybe let's do it even this way. You know what? Multi-line string. There we go. What's your problem, dude? What is your problem, dude? The connections are not allowed between what? Oh, this. Okay. Let's do like this. I don't think those queries are going to end with a new line, so that's why we're placing it there. Also, the fact that this log line is multi-line, that's not going to be helpful, but fuck it. And it is going to be SQL. That's it. Let's see how it goes. Not well. Call to a declare function SQLite 3 VDBE expand SQL. with an expression of type int. Uh-oh. Don't tell me that this is not normally present in the SQLite amalgamation. Mm. Yeah. These logs are useful for doing offline analysis of the behavior of the application. In order for the SQL logs to be useful, some extra code is required. So you need this bad boy. So we're missing this bad boy. So that means that this is 100% stuff that we only want to do in debug mode. Man, it's not even that much code. Why are they not stuffing this in the main amalgamation thingy? Yeah. Um. Hey, Mal, watch me do version control copy. How do we do this? How do we do this now? Build.zig. But I think you still want these variables defined. I think you want the same macros also defined. Output. SQL log dir, reuse files conditional. What? To the directory in which to store log data. You know what? Maybe we don't really need this logging. I changed my mind. It's too much effort. It's just too much effort, man. No SQL log. Fuck it. We're good. The error log is plenty good. Okay. Let's continue moving queries to this thing. Or we merge neurosite stuff. Let's merge maybe neurosite stuff. So we have extra logging. We deleted that thing. Blah, 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 blah. I think we want to commit this as is so that we can merge his PR. Okay. Oh, God. Okay, let's push this and then let's take a look at his PR. Oh no, he broke CI. Uh-oh. Add underscore. Whoops. Okay, let's look at the file change so that we get an idea of what the fix entails. Fatal init r. DB not initialized. Okay, why are you using this? Here. Oh, you're making it optional. Ew. Ew, you're making it optional. That sucks. Okay, so his point, what I think, so the point is that we were indeed leaving the stuff undefined, weren't we? So we need to make it less cringe. This is changing in code in persistence. Oh wait, this was moved. Oh, this was just moved. Okay. Okay, let's leave the comment. I think the comment is the most useful thing. We were only opening / initializing also DB on persistence.load, which is not called when adding a new host. And that actually makes total sense. That is totally true. Oh, so wait, that's what you guys were trying to do. So that's why I couldn't repro. So I probably had caused some of that at some point somewhere, but then I couldn't repro it because I was never deleting everything from the client. So if we do rm caches Awebo, well, we need to nuke everything, right? Oh no, I shouldn't have closed this. Too many things. So if we delete everything, we start again. Wait, what the fuck? Bro? Oh, I'm getting memed. That's what's happening. Okay, join existing. There we go, out of memory. Okay. That's how you guys were reproing it. So now I can repro it as well. Okay, there was a different code path that I wasn't thinking about, but it totally makes sense. So thank you, Neurosite. That makes total sense. So ideally, I would want to have database not be nullable because I think that our loaded host should always have a corresponding database. So what I would say is that we need to make sure that on this that we do the initialization also on this code path, the one where you add a database after the fact. So that's what I'm going to try to do. And hopefully we can do that without nullability. If nullability is necessary, then I don't know, I'll merge the PR. But it would be preferable, in my opinion, if we could do that without nullability. Also, right now, this whole thing is kind of brittle as is. I mean, the fact that we are experiencing this bug is because initialization is brittle. But I think that it's going to be less brittle once we start moving things to the new system. Like, the problem of this is that I started factoring in the database on the client side only recently, and when the code was already written. And I'm in the process of moving stuff, but a lot of things are more awkward than they need to be. But I think that once we have moved everything over, it's going to be better. So we need to look at the workflow of when you're adding a new server. So when you're adding a new server, this starts from network. And I think the network calls a function in core. I think it's the one place where we lock core. Yeah. Function is run host manager fallible. This is us authenticating for the first time. because we're in the process of joining for the first time. We lock, we call hosts add, and then we go on with our live. Hosts add does not touch the database at all whatsoever. So we basically need, I guess the question is, where do we call hosts add? Like, how many times do we call hosts not add? Server doesn't count. Persistence is where we add the host and then we do initialization on it, right? We create H and then we do a bunch of things. Oh no, and then we iterate all of them. And on each one of them, we do this. So basically what we want to do is run the new host on this procedure. Something like this. Again, this is not beautiful, but this is just to make it work. This is kind of what you want to do. We don't put this here. We leave this here. Something like this. Although it also needs cache path and oh, that's actually maybe it. GPA. No, DB path we make ourselves. It's cache path. You know what? I think we want host last. Okay, so this, the old stuff should be the same. Capture actual from outer what? Oh. I mean, honestly, instead of, why are we doing it this way? That's fine. Try. There you go. Okay, with this we have restored the previous functionality. Now, what is missing is calling this function also from the other place. Do you enable foreign keys through connection string flag or via the pragma command after connecting? I do the pragma. I think you can also do that as a compile option. Like you can compile SQLite to by default turn on foreign keys. If you look at the docs, it will tell you somewhere in one of the docs. I don't remember where. Okay, init host DB. But in any case, it was a UB thing after all that we were observing. Well, good to know. So init host DB. And then we do in core add, no, in network. Actually, where are we in persistence? Am I reading persistence? I am in persistence. Why are we doing this in persistence and not even in, for example, hosts? Well, I mean, this is definitely a core thing. Hosts is hosts shared between client and server? It's actually not. So we could put it here. Hosts. Yeah, no, this is just silly data structure. Okay, I think this needs to be in persistence. Does it make sense for network to import persistence? Yeah, it does make sense. We can totally do that. GPA, we don't know, and then host. And the problem is that we are missing, we don't know what the cache there is. So the cache there is something that we need to save in core. So load impl core, this is good. So at least we can give the cache path to core. Fuck. Uh, the problem is that not some of core is the state that gets initialized after the fact. Some of it's not, an entry obliterated the difference between these two things. Man. Let's put it here. Well, at least we have it now and we can pass it here. By default, they should be disabled because of compatibility. Well, I guess it because of compatibility. With what? Oh wait, is it because are you talking about like dynamic linking? Because okay, if you're doing dynamic linking to SQLite, then fine. But if you're statically linking SQLite in your application, I mean, it's your application, so it's entirely up to you. Sure, if you're building somebody else's application, then you shouldn't sneakily turn those things on. I agree. If you're building SQLite as a shared library, then fair. You probably also don't want to turn those things on in case that you then dynamically link against shitty applications. But if you're statically linking your application, you compile the SQLite the way you want. Uh, persistence.zig core slash. That it? Error union is ignored. Try. There you go. This is the minimal diff to make it work, I think. I wonder if I can close APR from this. Oh, wait. This is my first time doing this. Let's see if you can close APR. 39. Let's see if it closes 39 for real. Wait, how did I end up in flow mode? Oh no, I have the thing where the mouse is stuck. Neurosite, help! 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 Sometimes clicking on other things fixes it. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know what to do to fix it. Help! Ah, new different tab. Ow! Uh, I don't know how to unfix it. How to undo it. Like how to fix it. I don't even know what is it that causes this shit. Oh, also I'm in flow mode. Okay, being in flow mode is certainly a problem. But mm, any database. Does it close 39? No, it doesn't. Okay. Okay. So with this, we should be good now. So let's keep moving queries to the new system. That's basically it's gonna be our job for a while now. Server. We want to take all the queries the server does and we want to turn them over to the new system. Each and every one of them. Max ID, max updated. Oh god. I wonder if there's a way of making one query for all these things. Let's ask Claude. I want to make a query. Let's specify SQLite. Query that selects the max value of a column or of a few columns across multiple tables, e.g. ID, comma, updated. Using union all. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I mean, all the columns are different. They're just on in different tables. Huh. Although, you know what? Cleaner version. Wait. I didn't read it thoroughly enough. So this one is doing union all in order to give me the ultimate thing. This one is giving me separate values, right? So this is what I was asking for. Then this one is give me max ID for overall max ID. So that max ID has, wait, what's the difference between this one and this one? The first approach is usually the most efficient if you add the absolute maximum volume across all tables. Is it? If this is the case, then maybe this is kind of what I want. Maybe this is what I want. Huh. Maybe this is what I want. Just one query that does all the maxes all at once. As value, as value, as value, as value. I wonder how bad this query is. Yeah, I think that these, who knows if this makes any sense. I guess we can try it. So let's no. Let's see what SQLite has to say. Oh. Mm-mm-mm-mm. max value as overall max from max ID as value from table 1 from user. Union all max updated from users. Union all max ID from messages. Union all max updated as value from channels. Let's see what SQLite has to say about this. Query plan. Coroutine subquery 4. Leftmost. Union all search messages using primary key. These guys don't even have an index on some of their things. I think we want at least these to say using primary key for all of them, regardless whether we're using that approach or we are making separate queries, because I think that shouldn't matter. So in tables here, ID might be the primary key, but man, this also needs to be an index. Unique section sort. Where are we creating indices? Primary key, user kind. So in channels, create index. Channels by update on channels. Updated. Actually, this should be also unique. Give me a sec. Yeah, this should be unique. Unique section sort. Yeah. So now, if I were to apply this index, channels dot updated 19. Fuck. We suck. I suck. The way I create these things sucks. Update. Update channels. Set updated equals 1, where ID equals 2. 2, where ID equals 3, and 4, well, 3, where ID equals 4. Can we have the index now? We can. Okay, let's rerun the mega query. Oh, obviously this thing gives me one line at a time. Why would it give me the full query? Okay, using covering index. So we made it a little bit better. EQP. Wait, what? What's EQP? Why is there so much to learn? Is this fancier? This is not fancier. Okay, I'm gonna read about EQP in a second. Sorry. How can I check executable permission of a file in latest Zig master build? In latest Zig master build. okay, if there is something specific to the very latest master build, I might not be up to speed because I'm not using the latest master build. But executable permission, I guess. Uh, it- Something like io.file.stat, I'm guessing. I think this is what you're talking about. Returns start containing basic information about the file. And then start contains inode, like permissions, kind, blah, blah, blah. And permissions contains um, two attributes, read only, so read only. I mean, okay, this thing is complicated because it depends on the on on the host, but you want an IO file and then you want to call stat on it. This shouldn't be particularly different than how it was before. Before it was a FS file, now it's IO file. They're not a one-to-one, but it's meant to be the new version of file. Like now, IO file should be the new file. So let's see the explain query plan command. Notes on the query optimizer, how an indexing works, the next generation query planner. Above 1.1, segment about the EQP. Yeah. The query planning is presented as a tree in row form as returned by SQLite 3 step. Each node in the tree consists of 4 fields: an integer node ID, an integer parent ID, an auxiliary integer field that is not currently used, and a description of the node, a table with 4 columns and 0 more rows. Okay. Let's see. To simulate automatic graph rendering and to display query plan output in its tabular format, run the command .explain off and set the explain formatting mode off. To restore automatic graph rendering, run explain.auto. You can set the current explain format mode by setting the .show command. You can also set the CLI into automatic explain plan mode using AQP on. Oh, right. So AQP on means you just run the query without having to do this the thing first. I see. Before actually running the query. I see. Understood. I see what AQP on does. Okay, this is actually very cool, very useful stuff. I'm gonna read it later because there's also the other explainer, the one that shows you all the operations that I don't fully understand. But in any case, so with this, we're seeing when we're doing like complete as. This is a covering index, so maybe this is good. Maybe this is maybe covering means that we could do even better. But I mean, this seems reasonable. Some database can decide for the full, but I'm asking for the max value. I would expect the max value to be kind of like trivially knowable in pretty much every single case here. I mean, for update for ID, it should be obviously so because it's the primary key. Also, max ID as value from users. Search users. Why is this searching instead of just giving it to me? What's going on? What's in users that prevents it from actually being good? Integer, primary key, ascending, not null. I think I want to change this to even ID. This doesn't really do anything with regards to what we're doing now. Like you can put whatever you want in here. But why is this not using this as a primary key in our weirdo query? Max ID as value from users, union all. Hmm. Do messages have ask on ID too? Good question. I think they do. Yeah. Oh, you know what they're missing though? Not now. That's important. It's kind of weird reasoning. Can you put unique in a column definition? I think you can, right? Yeah. From one perspective, I have just broken the compiler such that it doesn't actually compile anything. Good. From another perspective, I made it so fast that the bug compiler can build all of a sudden library tests in a fraction of a second. Delightful. I mean, that's what happens when you optimize too much for one perspective, right? You could argue that you also made the safest possible Z compiler. That's uh that's how we are gonna own the Rostashians. Just make a compiler that doesn't produce executables. Can't get any safer than that. um. Hmm. In any case, I'm gonna add this index to a bunch of other things in the meantime. Let me copy the code. Let's add this index to also other things. So um, ID. Um, Also, actually, do we want this to be an ID? We kind of have to, but it's fine. I guess it's fine. So ID, passwords. Passwords ID references users. Yeah, so let's not call it ID then. Let's call it uh, user. On the cascade provider key, not null. Updated. This is fine. You know what? Let's change also these to update ID whenever we want the update to be an ID thing. I think this is better. Okay. Table invites, Slack created, updated, expiry creator. I think these ones are fine. You don't have to worry much about this. Roles. Uh, Take out auto increment. Not null. Updated ID. Not null. Also unique. Text unique not null. Integer unique not null. Prominent. Bool not null. Sections. ID updated. No auto increment. Updated ID unique not null. ID. We make it just a random integer ID. No. I think this can be an ID unique primary key. Although unique and primary key is kind of redundant, but probably there's no problem with doing that this way. Role permissions updated. Oh, this is ID unique, not null, that's for sure. This is also ID unique, not null. Wait, I scrolled past a bunch of stuff that I shouldn't have. Roles, we were doing this, but I think this should be ID unique primary key ascending, not null. Okay. Also, updated needs to become update ID when it's not whenever it's not a daytime. What's the update ID? Basically, instead of being a timestamp, it's a sequence number. That's the idea of an update ID. Every time this thing gets updated, there's a sequence number that gets increased, and it's used for client-server synchronization. So it's kind of like an updated field, but it doesn't tell you the date when the update happened. It's just a form of ordering, global ordering. They're like it doesn't matter. So, like you can't express this in the schema, but these values are also going to be unique across one another. Like it's going to be one global counter that we use for having a strict serial ordering between all these things, between all these changes. Sections. Also, this is going to be an update ID. Okay, messages, ID, origin, integer. Yeah, updated. This is gonna be update ID. I think I'm gonna discover that these things are in somewhat mutual exclusion, but well, whatever. I'm gonna fix it when the time happens. Channel is gonna be channels on delete cascade. Not null. Not null. Author, not null. Although I'm starting to think that we should embrace null authors. That we're gonna use that to represent deleted accounts. So you know what? Null. Okay, this is the search thing. Not interesting. Although we talk about updated in here, we don't really. Is the multimax query in a pretty hot path? No, you run it only once startup. That's it. The multimax query is meant to discover what was the last event that you, well, it's run both on server and client. On the server, it's meant to discover what was the last ID that you recorded, and so you want to start from that. Since that slows down indexes and updates. Yeah, but if you have like a bajillion messages, you I don't think you would want. Yeah, that is. I mean, that is a good point, though. You're right. Like, we don't really care about full indexing. Oh, though. Wait, Nate. Wait a second. No, 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 no. Wait. That multi-query only runs in the beginning, but we are going to index into those fields at runtime. So if you have a unique on a column, you shouldn't need a separate index over that, given that you are not changing params of the index. We'll see. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. We run the mega multi-query, multi-max query, assuming that we end up doing that, but so far it seems that we will. We will run it once in the beginning to discover in the server which was the last ID that we generated. And that's going to be our starting point. Like our unique ID generator, then it's going to start from that number plus one. In the client, we do the same, but in the client, we want to discover which was the last event that we received from a server. Then when we authenticate, when we start a new connection and we authenticate, we use that max ID number to say to the server, hello, I'm coming back. This is the last event that I saw. Please give me everything that happened after this. And so the server will take the client max ID value and say, okay, any new messages after that? Any message that was updated after that, etc., etc. Notifications and and emotes. These are not. I've seen. These are not really. I'm not modeling them really yet, so I'm just going to leave them as they are. So the question is, do we need these indices, or can we avoid that? Yeah, I don't know. Let's comment them out and see what happens, I guess. So, okay, I've commented them all out. Server init, non such column. Okay, so now we need to fix our queries. So let's go fix our queries. Oh, so I had my thing telling me no such column based on fatalDB error, but look, the logger is actually so much better. No such column updated in blah blah blah. It even tells me the query. Nice error logging. I'm happy with it. Queries. Thankfully, we don't have that many in here. And we're gonna also replace these queries, but whatever. Unique constraint failed. Right. Go also fix this stuff. Unique constraint makes a unique index, so it should be fine. Okay. So the seed stuff is in server init, I believe. Okay, so deleted user doesn't happen anymore. Admin ID and then updated is gonna be id.new. Although, wait, we don't need to do this. We can cheat. We can cheat slightly. that should be fine, I think. So when we create users, let's take a look at what's in users. ID created a dated ID. Uh, wait, where's my question mark? One. Okay, this should be fine. Into passwords, we don't do that. Then this, instead of 0, we do this. Roles moderator. Okay, let's see how this goes now. One completion errors, unused argument. Unique step of one. Oh, I definitely took out one of the curlies. Oh, fuck. After invited by, there's power. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. There you go. Table roles has no column name updated. Yeah. Okay. So the question that we have here is, right. How are we gonna do with regards to this query? No such column updated, right? Okay. So users using covering index, auto index users 1, auto index users 2. So the unique stuff does work. Channels don't seem to work. So there's something wonky with channels that we need to fix. And then for messages, it uses the primary key. So it seems that we're doing fine. Let's take a look at channels. Why did we fuck up with channels? Ah, this we fucked up. Unique. Also, for ID, it doesn't have to be, but yeah. Okay, so that's what we were missing. We were missing that unique. Mm, so we're basically ready for that query, essentially. Yeah. So yeah, we do not need dedicated indexes for this stuff. Or rather, the unique does that for us, which makes sense. I kind of knew that, but I also forgot. Okay. What do we do next now? We need to make the real version of that query, and we want to run it first thing in the morning, so that we discover all the latest and greatest max IDs, and then we can move on with our life. Give me a second. I'm gonna refill my teacup, do a quick bathroom break, and then we code that query, why we did, run it first thing in the morning when we start a server. We move all queries to the new system in the server, and then after that we move on to the client. Although, sorry, we move everything from the server, almost everything except anything that has to do with invites, I think, because we don't want to have trouble with this one. Hey, Sudolski, thank you. Suhodolski, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. What were you guys doing? Hello, raiders. So, man, I was about to go to the bathroom. But I'll spend a few moments so that I can welcome the new people, and then I'm gonna go. It's gonna be quick. Don't worry though. So hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. We are writing a self-hostable open source Discord alternative. Discord is generally nice as a way of doing communication, but it's software as a service. And you want to stream high quality stuff, like you want to do a high quality stream, you have to have boosts. Well, either you personally have Nitro or your server has boosts. To have your server boosted and support high quality streams, new chatters, so raiders, do you know how many boosts you need to have your server support high quality streams? 1080p streams, nothing crazy. Like, I'm just talking about 1080p streams. That's good because Discord is not available in our country. I see. That sucks. But yeah, this is open source, so you're going to be able to run it if you want. Free or something? Oh man, you wish. It takes 7 boosts to have HD streaming support available in your server. If somebody has Nitro, they themselves can have a high quality streams. But if they don't, then you need 7 boosts. 7 boosts are 35 euros per month. It is a lot. And you know what? What if you were and spent, well, I was about to say that money, but like it doesn't have to be that money. It can be like a fraction of that money to rent your own server. You run your own server, and it turns out that you can support high quality stream most likely for way less than 35 euros a month. So these are the things that we're trying to solve. That being said, full disclosure, be aware that the state of the project is very early. I'm currently working on client server state synchronization. I'm talking about like setting up the initial queries. I'm doing database queries right now. Today's stream has been wrangling database indexes, database queries, that kind of stuff. Because, well, the server obviously needs to store data. Our clients are not going to do full sync with the server, but they need to have a cache of the most recent messages so that whenever you like reconnect, you don't always have to sync everything. You can start from some cached data in order to make the reconnection faster. Can your server be run on Yandex Cloud servers? I don't know. I would assume so. Are they particularly bad? So I don't know yet exactly what the performance requirements will be for this server, because I don't know, we need to run it. And then also, it obviously depends on how many people you want to have in the same voice channel, like how many people are screen sharing and how many people are watching screen shared video streams. So obviously all these things will make a difference. So it might be that a super tiny virtual machine might not be enough, but I do think that it's probably not necessary to have even a 35 euros a month machine to make this stuff work. Do you use some kind of query builder in Zig? No, I don't. I'm building some abstractions myself in order um, to basically be notified whenever the query uh, and types go out of sync. But I'm not using a query builder. If you want something like that, take a look at this. Zig SQLite by V. Richman has a bunch of metaprogramming to allow you to do um, type safe stuff in Zig. But I'm not using this library. I'm using a much thinner library, and I'm building the metaprogramming myself. And I'm not doing this way. I'm doing it in a completely different way. I would assume they refer to a problem of them having been blocked by RKN. Um, this is sorry, maybe I should clarify, but this is open source and self-hostable. There is no federation, so uh, you can put it on whatever server you want. Like there is no home server or like federated stuff that you have to connect to. When you deploy, for people who are old enough to remember, if you remember TeamSpeak, it's kind of like TeamSpeak in that sense. So you just deploy the executable on your machine, and then you create, people can have accounts specific to your machine, and then the client will support having more than one, connecting to more than one host, but each host will have its own set of credentials and stuff. So uh eh, eh, this is it. That's how it's meant to work. Now there might be some completely optional federated thing ish in the future, like as in basically one like official account that you can make for DMs. But that's something that we're gonna work on maybe in the very far future. Like the main functionality of joining a server, chatting with people, screen sharing, and uh, that's gonna work also in North Korea. Doesn't matter where you are, it's gonna work. I mean, as long as you can set up some kind of network with at least one other person, then you will be able to make it work. Okay. So this is the idea. There are more things that I'm happy to talk about. Like if anybody here has questions about what this software will or will not do, like if you're curious, uh, please feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer. That being said, I'm gonna go refill my teacup. I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break, and then I'm gonna be right back in like a minute or two. So, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Let's see. When the new when the new version of Zig comes out, it will be very interesting to see the new features. Yeah, we're already using the latest Zig, so we are using async IO in this project all over the place. Is it true that new concurrency system is just essentially green threads? No, in the sense that, funnily enough, green threads is what is not ready yet. So we have IO.threaded. IO.threaded is multi-threading. So let me maybe start from the top. The point is, you have operators like async and await, right? Man, why is the editor deleting my stuff? Async and await, and maybe you have go in Go, maybe you have something similar in other languages. Point is, you have these operators that you use to express asynchrony. You use these operators to say, look, these two things you can do kinda at the same time. Order doesn't matter much, so you can do them ideally in parallel if you can. The problem is that usually in languages, these operators tie you to an explicit concurrency model. So async and await usually means stackless coroutines. That would be Rust, JS, Python, for example. Then you have Go with the Go keyword and some other languages. I don't know what they have though. Maybe some of the functional languages do this with, like, I don't know, some fucking squiggly turbo snake arrow. I don't know. They have some kind of like the I don't know. I'm gonna call it the where did I put it? Wait a second. Where did I put it? Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna call it they have some kind of like bow operator. So they have the archery operator. So they're either the Go keyword in Go or some archery operator in a functional programming language. What does this give you? Green threads. It's always green threads, and it can only be green threads. Like in Go, you don't get to choose. It's green threads, period. In Rust and JavaScript, it's stackless coroutines, period. Green threads don't require much language collaboration to be implemented. So somebody, I'm sure, has implemented a green thread based async system in Rust, but it's not what the official stuff is. So what about Zig? Okay, in Zig, we have this. In Zig, we have Zig. We have async and await, but they are non-language operations. They are like functions that exist on an interface. You do io.async and you do future, which returns a future. And then you do future.await. Then these things dispatch to a concrete implementation of IO, and there are a few different ones. IO.threaded, blocking IO syscalls, multi-threading. So every time you spawn a new coroutine, it's a new thread. The coroutine is a new thread. This is basically callback hell. No, you don't have callback hell with threads. You have callback hell when you want to do evented IO, but you don't have anything that gives you coroutines. So you don't have coroutines and any form of coroutine, and so you end up having to make callbacks yourself. So in our case, like I can show you, for example, server run. This code reads kind of like a Go code. We're starting the server. There's some signal set up so that we can grab Control C. Not super interesting. And And then we want to start the TCP listener. Sorry, so we listen to the TCP address they want to listen on, and then we want to start accepting on it. And so we do io.concurrent. I haven't explained what concurrent does, but think of it this way. This is io.async. There's some nuance there. But imagine that this is io.async, and then this is the function, and this is now running on its own. So there's no callback. We're just spawning a new thread and running this function on a new thread with io.threaded. Then there's also io.evented, which is evented io green threads. So this one uses, for example, io-oring on Linux. And whenever you want to spawn a new thing, whenever you're spawning a new feature, you're creating a new green thread. So you're not spawning a new OS level thread, you're allocating a green thread. This is not implemented yet, but there's a proposal which I believe is accepted, or if it's not accepted, I would say it's a proposal that is very likely to be accepted if it can work. I don't know what it's going to be called. I'm going to make a name up for io.stackless, for example, which is going to do evented io and use stackless coroutines. So long story short, you keep using this, but then whether you're doing multi-threading, green threads, or stackless coroutines will be decided by the implementation. This last one is a little bit more complicated because it requires the compiler to also play along. Like the compiler needs to offer you some things to be able to have stackless coroutines, because the compiler needs to basically rewrite your functions. But for these guys, you don't really need compiler cooperation much. So what's the difference between green threads and coroutines? Don't say it like this. Green threads are a form of coroutine. The difference is between green threads and stackless coroutines. So a coroutine is a piece of code that you can execute, pause execution, and then resume it. An OS thread is a coroutine. The operating system runs a thread for a while, then pauses it, stores it somewhere, runs something else, then restores the thread from memory back, schedules it back on the CPU, and it continues executing from where it left off. So this is a coroutine. Threads are a coroutine. Green threads are also a coroutine. Stackless coroutines, it's in the name, they're also coroutines. So all of these are coroutines. So what's the difference between green threads and coroutines? Green threads is basically green threads are basically the same as operating system threads, but they're managed by your application. The scheduling is managed by your application. So a thread is a stack and a program counter, roughly speaking. So what happens with what your OS does when scheduling a different thread is that it remembers, it knows how to read from the CPU what is the current instruction that it's executing, the program counter. It knows the stack pointer, so the pointer where the stack of the current thread starts, and it copies these values somewhere in memory to save them, and then places a new program counter, a new pointer to executable memory, and a new pointer to a different stack to run another thread. Green threads are the same concept, except you don't have the OS do that, but you do that yourself in your application. They're like roughly the same thing. It's just that one is userland, one is controlled by the OS. Do we control the scheduler options when using green threads? You implement the scheduler fully. So you decide with green threads what happens. Keep in mind, though, that green threads run inside OS threads. Like when you are a process, when your program runs into a operating system process, the OS still has the ability to, well, you run inside of a thread in a process, and OS will still, pause that thread to run other processes, to run other programs, and then resume it. So that layer of scheduling you can't get rid of, because for you to be able to get rid of that layer of scheduling, you would need to run without an OS below you. So you need to boot into your program, basically. That being said, within your program with green threads, you decide the scheduling of green threads. You implement it top to bottom, start to finish. So you decide every single detail about it. How is Zig doing green threads? Where is he keeping the stack given that there is no language support? Where is he keeping the stack given that there is no language support? You don't need language support for this stuff um, because it's a CPU register. Like there's a CPU register that contains the stack pointer, and so you just need a little bit of assembly to swap that register value. So long story short, this is just data that you can manage. A stack is a bunch of memory that you mallocked using C lingo. You just malloc 8 kilobytes of memory, and there you go. That's a stack. You just made a stack. The point is that how you use, or rather, that is a chunk of memory. And then if you put the pointer to that memory inside the right register in your CPU, now that's your stack. Now it's a stack. So there's no, you don't need anything special to be able to do that. You just need just a little bit of assembly to perform these operations, saving CPU state and restoring it. As to where you put it, just a piece of allocated memory somewhere, anywhere where you can write bytes is fine. If there is no built-in async, that means there's only user-level stack switching that is green threads. So there is either user-level thread implementation or language between built-in coroutines. I have no idea what you're talking about, friend. Because you decide, well, I guess it depends what you mean by you. So Zig is a language without a real runtime. So the event loop is visible to the programmer. It's not hidden. It's inside of the IO implementation. So basically, like it's boilerplate that you don't have to worry about too much. But the event loop is considered part of your application in a sense. So that's what does the scheduling. Language level support for stackless coroutines has nothing to do with scheduling decisions. All it does is turn your functions into like switch statements or maybe multiple functions, but then the scheduling decisions are not made by the language. They're made by the runtime. So the standard library or some code that you pull in. I can't rewrite function into stackless coroutine user level. There must be language built in. Yes. Yes. So this is not implemented yet. We have a proposal because yes, this needs a language feature that is currently not implemented. So this is hypothetical. So let's say hypothetical. But these guys do exist. Although this guy is the one that I'm using right now, and it's the most straightforward one, although it's not the most performant one. The green thread one is the performant one, but this is not implemented yet for all platforms. Let's see. So the IO evented implementation writes to RBP and RSP registers. So it provides inline assembly for every single target. Yes, exactly. It does. I can show you. Sorry, what am I doing? to do. Oh, because it's called KQ. Okay. So for example, here main thread. Well, here already you can see that there's some CPU shenanigan going on, but I want to show you. Let's go to yield. Let's take a look at yield. Context switch. There we go. If you're on Arch 64, this is the CPU context switch. These are the instructions that you need to do for context switching. If you're on x86 64, keep in mind this is the KQ implementation, so this implies macOS. Wait, where's the? It almost sounds like I'm lying. Where's evented? Okay, so I wasn't lying. What the fuck? Oh right, because it's called IO-O-ring, the Linux version, right? Of course. So function context switch. So this is context switching for Linux. This context switching is not specific to IO-O-ring. This is specific to Linux, but whoever wrote this code decided that they wanted to call this after the non-blocking IO stuff that we were using. I don't know why. I mean, it's reasonable. It's not necessarily a wrong choice, but you get the idea. So this is how we're doing it for every architecture. We're still missing a lot of stuff. Obviously, you need to do this. Zig supports more than just these architectures, and you need to do it for every single one of them. But I mean, this is a compiler project. It's how can I say? You know, when sometimes people say, "Oh my God, you would have to do this for every architecture." Well, for a compiler, you have to do things for every architecture that you want to support, generally speaking. So this is nothing new for this kind of project. That means using stackless rewrites all my functions into state machines internally. Yes, exactly. We used to have that. There's a before Zig became self-hosted. So currently the Zig compiler is written in Zig, but before that the Zig compiler was written in C++, and we had stackless coroutines. But then that feature was never ported to the new compiler. That said, you know, that feature was implemented, but it wasn't like super high quality. It was just like it was always marked as experimental. Then now we're approaching async in a much better way. Now we understand that asynchrony is not concurrency. We understand that async and await, these operators, should not be tied to one specific concurrency model, because these things are maybe not entirely orthogonal, but they are different concepts. Async and await you use to say, look, I want to save file A and I want to save file B, and order doesn't matter. So if you have to do things one at a time because you're running in single-threaded mode, then fine, run them one at a time. But if you're not running in single-threaded mode and you have multiple threads, or you have multiple green threads, or you're doing stackless coroutines, or whatever it is, if you can do these things concurrently, then run them concurrently. That's what async and await does. And then what running things concurrently means concretely depends on whether you're doing multi-threading, because you can totally do async and await on top of multi-threading. It works. Maybe it's not optimal performance-wise, but it works, and it's how can I say? It's a type of concurrency model that doesn't do weird shenanigans, so sometimes it's easier to debug. You can obviously do green threads. That doesn't even require much collaboration from the compiler. And then you can also do stackless. So you can basically, in a sense, put async and await on top of any of these models, and it works. No trouble at all. Other languages don't understand this. Well, actually, we didn't understand this in the beginning. We only understood this in this new implementation. So in this new iteration of async and await. So that's why we are able to swap out multiple backends, because we understand that expressing asynchrony is not the same as requesting concurrency.
let's see, until now I thought that Zig was only able to switch between different writer calls. I wasn't aware that it was actually for async implementation. Well, this work was done in 2 steps. First, Andrew remade all the reader-writer interfaces to accept buffering and also support advanced operations like, for example, vectorized I/O, where you don't just write one chunk of data, but you run like you write or read or whatever multiple segments all at once. So that was the first half of the work, and that was released in Zig version 0.15. So what is currently out. Then, as how can I say, as part of the whole I/O overhaul, then we also started working on async I/O. But this is like a bigger scope in a sense, and we're still working on it, and it should be part of the 0.16 release. So this is all part of a big piece of work. Like, I highly recommend you check this out then, if you haven't. Take a look at this, because there's also another thing that I didn't mention yet. The last thing that we're aiming, like the key thing that we're aiming with this design is avoid ecosystem fragmentation. The idea is that there shouldn't be, so you know how in these languages you have the synchronous and the async version of the same library. Like, you want a block in Python, so you get you want a normal Redis client, you import, I don't know, from Python, you get, I don't know, Redis. Maybe that's the name of the client, I'm assuming. And then if you want the async version, you need to get your hands on async io-redis or something like that. The same is true of these guys, right? Like in Rust, for example, when you mark a function async, that function, like the fact that there's a async keyword in the function signature, makes that function a stackless coroutine. And you just can't escape from that. Like, it's either, it's the function coloring thing. Like, now that thing is tainted, and now if you want to use it, you yourself, as in the caller in itself, needs to be a stackless coroutine and blah 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 blah. So this causes a lot of code duplication and fragmentation in the ecosystem. In our case, we want the goal is for a single code base for like a database client, for example, to work both independently of which implementation you're using, including somebody running a single-threaded blocking I/O application where there is just no concurrency whatsoever available to you. So this is it. And we achieved that. We have achieved that. I mean, this is not yet out, but for example, I've made a database client that works in both ways, and it works. And you will see that we are not going to have a community ecosystem split, because every single library that you make will be able to be used with whatever concurrency model people want to use in their application. So if you want to read about this, check this out. I don't know, should I say this or maybe this? Let me think. I think I'll link you to this one. Yeah. No. So I recommend you check this out. But debugging will probably be difficult, I guess. No, it's actually the opposite. Because think about it this way. So the thing that makes this stuff hard to debug is usually stackless coroutines. Because with stackless coroutines, as the name implies, there is no stack. So you have basically one function that executes a bit of another function. Like, you write things as different functions that call into one another, but then all these things get recompiled into a, let's say conceptually at the very least, they conceptually get recompiled as one flat state machine with a lot of branches, where every branch is all the code that has to run between one I/O function and the next. Because whenever you encounter I/O or anything that would make you block, even like a lock, every time you would block, you don't really block, you return, and then the thread that was executing this task can now take this whole job, re-put it back in the event loop, grab another one that is ready to run, and run it for a while more. And so if you want to run a debugger and you want to see the backtrace, so you want to see, okay, what is the list of function calls that we're in? You are never going to see your function calls, because maybe in your code you have function A that calls function B that calls function C, but this whole thing has been recompiled into a flat state machine. So your stack trace is always gonna, your backtrace is always gonna look like event loop function calling into execute task, calling into your function, or like a piece of your thing. Like, it's always gonna be flat because there is no stack, it's in the name. People that have done this kind of work have seen this already, probably. Some high-level programming languages are able to keep runtime state information to fake a backtrace, so they know what was going on because they have runtime extra machinery that keeps track of what's going on, and so they can fake a stack for you. They can tell you where you're coming from. But in lower-level programming languages, I mean, how can I say? But like by default, your computer doesn't know, because that's how you structured your program at the end of the day. So what is my point here? My point is that if you're having trouble understanding what's going on in your program with stackless coroutines, you just you go to your main function and you say, you know what? Instead of instantiating an io.stackless, now I'm going to instantiate an io.threaded. So you switch concurrency model. All your calls to async await will still work. They will still try to do things at the same time, blah, blah, blah. It's not going to be a one-to-one. There might be that some bad behavior only gets exposed when you're using a specific concurrency model. So this is not like a silver bullet. It's not magic. But if you have some, logic bug that you just would be able to catch if only you had the opportunity to see your full stack trace, backtrace, I should say, well, then you switch to this guy and you have it. So debugging should actually be, how can I say? It's definitely not gonna be worse than other languages that when they're trying to do the same. And at least we also have this option that they don't have. You just cannot have, for example, JavaScript stop doing stackless coroutines and start doing multi-threading, or Rust. It just doesn't work because their asynchrony primitives are tied to one specific concurrency model. So I do recommend to check this blog post out. And if anybody has comments, feel free to, I don't know, let me know, and I'll be happy to answer your concerns. So in the meantime, I'm gonna do some SQL. But again, as I said, I'm happy to chat about this stuff. They do work. You just need another event loop. Yeah, but my point is replacing all the things that are now broken up as stackless coroutines to turn them each function into a each future, each promise into its own OS thread. You just cannot do that transformation. It's a different thing. It's not about having a multi-threaded event loop. That, sure, they can do. I mean, Rust can, of course. JavaScript can't because it's meant to be single-threaded. But anyway, that part is fine. My point is for debugging purposes, I mean. Okay. I'm going now to here and keep moving queries around. Why did it bring me to tables? Okay, so I guess I didn't do anything in here, huh? Rows. There we go. Should you learn C before Zig, or is it clickbait? It's not clickbait. I've recorded it a while ago, so I don't know if I've updated my arguments since then. You know what? Don't watch it. I'll give you a quick version of it. So I'll tell you what's in there. My answer to this question is no. You should not learn C before Zig, because by doing Zig, you basically have an easier path to learning what are the C things that you need to worry about, and you can do that bit by bit, in a less confusing way. So, for example, this is just one example, but one that I personally find particularly telling. To this day, I still have trouble reading C-type signatures. When it gets complicated, like this is an array of function pointers that do this or that, like it becomes, for me, it becomes unreadable very fast. While Zig type signature types are like trivial to read. They are all absolutely brain deadly trivial to read. Like you just don't even have to think. You go from left to right, and they're so obvious. So that is one thing, for example. And the point is, when you're doing Zig, you will have to interact with some C things. You learn them bit by bit. In any case, you're still, the point is that in the meantime, you're still learning the lower level concepts that you need to learn to do systems programming. So you're still learning how to do syscalls. You're still learning how to interoperate with system APIs, or how to load C libraries, or what's an array versus what's abstract, that kind of stuff, like memory layout. So you're still learning these concepts, but you're learning them in an ecosystem that is much, much more easily understandable than C. And then you will know that every concept that you've seen in Zig has probably a C equivalent. It's either it has a C equivalent, or it's a thing that just C doesn't implement because it's old, and you know, we now know better, thankfully. But yeah, that's it. So to this day, I wouldn't call myself a C programmer, but if I really wanted to, I would be able to write reasonably good C code, because it would be very similar to my Zig code, minus the fact that every single time that I could do some good, cool comp time metaprogramming, I just can't, and I either have to rely on macros or give up on the metaprogramming. That's basically the main difference. So no, there's no point in learning C before Zig, in my opinion. Like you're much faster at learning C by learning Zig, because learning Zig teaches you the important things that you also will want to know when doing C, and it will give you a safe starting point for learning about the most annoying, shitty C things like var, arg functions, etc. And that's kind of it. Also, Zig is better than C at using C libraries, because when you're using a C library from Zig, you have stuff like defer, for example. So defer helps a lot, man. Like it really helps a lot. And yeah, you also have more type safety on function pointers, for example. Sorry, on pointers in general. Like for example, here this is a C function, SQLite3 config. It's a C function, by the way. It's a delicious variadic C function. And this guy, so I'm setting up logging in SQLite. So I want to see logs from SQLite. And so I have to give it a callback. So this is my callback. So I'm interoperating with C coding here. But here's the funny thing. I know what message is better than the C people do. Because if you go to the SQLite docs, let's see if I can find it without going too insane. Config SQLog. Config log, SQLite error log. So look at what they say. According to them, this is the signature of your callback. So it's a pointer to, this is like this is a user provided pointer. Never mind. Like ignore this. Not interesting. This is an integer. This is an integer number. Fine. This is a const char star. Now, it is reasonable to assume that a char star is a string, but you don't know that. This in C, this is the same thing that you would write for a pointer to a single character. Also, this could be even a null pointer. So this is not telling you if this thing could be null. This is not telling you if this thing is one pointer or is supposed to be multiple pointers. And here's what I know. Here's what I learned. I learned that in C, people like to use Z to mean that this is a sequence, it's an array of values, and that it's null terminated. When they put Z in the name as a convention to tell you that this is null terminated. But you don't see this in the type system, man. Now look at the equivalent Zig code. The equivalent Zig code is this. The fact that this is a null terminated string is part of the signature. It's part of the type. So like you can't get this wrong. And by the way, when you get this wrong, it's really fun because it means that your string is not null terminated, and so you start reading garbage after the string. So point is, you will learn C way faster by doing Zig than people who learn C by doing C. Like, no doubt there. And by the way, I'm not saying this as, oh man, but you're this lower level programming enthusiast, and so maybe you don't have the perspective of somebody who really doesn't know C. I've never really learned C. In university, I did Python. I studied bioinformatics. I did Python in university. I did one course where I wrote C code because it was a course about string algorithms, was stuff that you would do when like sequencing DNA, that kind of stuff. And then I did JavaScript, then Go, C#, Swift. I've never really done lower level stuff before doing Zig. And Zig to me has been the kind of the key to unlocking lower level programming without going insane. So yeah, you even just like when you have to do straight up C, you still have a better time doing C with a Z compiler than with a C compiler, because with the Z compiler you can cross compile it. With the C compiler you can't. It's so like it's just so hilarious. Zig is a better C than C, so I'm sure that out there's like boomer programmers who have mastered every single weird quirk of C. They don't even think about it anymore. It's like it's in their muscle memory. Like their fingers know how to avoid like bad macro patterns, like how to do everything perfectly. And they are super productive with C, and they don't see any appeal in Zig. And it's like, and I'm like, sure, fine. I think that is reasonable. But if you're not them, if you're not at that point, you can get to their level of effectiveness with a fraction of the effort that I had to put in to learn all that stuff. No one is super productive in C. Well, I mean, I would bet that if you grab like Linux kernel developers, people that work in C, like the people that do SQLite, or take any popular C project, the people that work on those things are probably fairly productive in C. I would bet that they are extremely competitive at the very least compared to each and every single one of us here, me and people in chat. Zig is on my self-development roadmap to learn malware development. Cool. Be aware of one thing though. Zig is never going to implement anything to support obfuscation. You're still going to be able to do obfuscation of your machine code if you want, but Zig is like the compiler is never going to implement anything to make that easier to do. Just an FYI. Okay. C is just fancy assembly most of the time. So the thing is, when people do complicated programs in C, like higher things that like complicated applications, what does end up happening, I've seen this a bunch, is that they do get kind of sloppy sometimes because they don't have a good way of expressing this, of expressing things. So for example, I've seen this, like I'm gonna write this in Zig I'm going to use Zig syntax, but I imagine this being C code. I've seen this, for example, var buff. So they create a buffer of 100 bytes, and then they call something like parse num znum. This is the null terminated string, and then they pass in %buff. And so it turns out that, and sometimes they get stingy, so it's like 28. And so it turns out that no parse. This is the opposite. Sorry, this is fmt num. So okay, fmt num. So they want to format a number into this buffer, and guess what happens? That this is fine until at some point it's not fine anymore, and they get really lazy because they don't have a good way of doing this in a safe manner. Another thing that they do is mallocking things that shouldn't be mallocked. So there's a lot of bad habits also in C. While I do think that there's like very effective C programmers out there, there's also a very long tail of people that do progressively worse things with C, including all the way down to into MudPie territory. So a lot of times you can take a C project and turn it into Zig and just fix all those weird things, and you've made something better just by doing that. In generally, I would recommend to not rewrite C libraries unless you have enough insight to really improve on things, like to really redesign things. So like in Zig, it's very easy to depend on C libraries because you can cross-compile them, so they come with you. So let's say that you had again, I'm gonna pick Rust because it's in the same ecosystem and has this problem, but I like, my point is not really to hate on Rust. But if you have a Rust project and you depend on a C library, that sucks because Rust doesn't cross-compile the C code for you. Doesn't even compile the C code for you. It starts relying on the system compiler. So if you had a pure Rust project, your pure Rust project wouldn't have any system dependency. You would be able to cross compile it, and of course, it would be safer because it's all Rust. In Zig, we don't feel the same impedance mismatch whenever using C code because you bring C code into your project, you compile it with Zig. All the safety features that you have in Zig, well, we have types that in C don't exist, so that's safety that you don't get in the C code. But all the runtimey stuff like UB sanitizer, bounce check. Actually, I don't know if we turn on bounce check in C code, but the point is there's a bunch of safety things that are like weaker than what Rust can do, but those things also carry into our C code interoperability. And so depending on C code, it's not something that makes you suffer at all. Sometimes you do want to do better than what the C library does, but sometimes you just want to bring it along and it's fine. So for example, this is my build.zig for this project. I have my Zig dependencies, and then I have SQLite, which is a Zig dependency. And here's how it works. I take my executable and I add to it the fact that we need to compile SQLite 3.c. I define a bunch of things that I need to define for the freaking SQLite thing to compile, and that's it. And so, for example, here's also a cute one. I'm compiling. So this is a build script that defines builds for both the Discord alternative clients and the server, and both use SQLite. But the server has an extra flag. In the server, we also compile in full text search, because the server, given how I'm designing it right now, the server is the thing that will have the full message history and will offer you full text search capabilities. The client has a database for caching some data, but you're not going to run search queries on the client because the data that you have is horribly incomplete. So long story short, the client gets an SQLite that does not have full text search compiled in, the server does. And that's it. And I can cross compile this thing for multiple machines, and it's just fine. So for example, I can do Zig build CI, and here you can see, you know what, I'm going to do CI summary all. But here you can see that I'm already, if you read fast enough, you will see that I've already done this. I'm doing this for different systems. So this is the CI job that I'm running myself here. And I'm compiling for Linux. I'm on macOS right now. I'm compiling for Linux Arch64. I'm compiling for x86-64 Linux. I'm compiling for Windows, or where's Windows? x86-64 Windows. I'm not compiling for ARM Windows because ARM Windows sucks. I could. I just thought it would be like just a waste of energy to compile to run tests on ARM Windows. If at some point somebody starts using this thing on ARM Windows, I will start testing ARM Windows as well. But I don't know, it just sucks as a thing. So I don't know. I'm skipping it for now. Yeah. Is the reason for the -d prefix for b.option just a similarity to this flag in C? Yeah, that's how user-defined things work in the C ecosystem, C, C++ ecosystem. Like CMake and all these things, they all do -d for user-specified options. Can you elaborate why did you put vargs? Oh, you mean CLI args? Instead of allowing people to import process and to do process init. So the problem, yeah. So I can explain this. So right now, it used to be that if you wanted to access CLI arguments and environment variables, you would do std.process.args, std.process.env or environ, I don't remember, but like you would just import std.process, and from there you would be able to access all these things. Now this is different. std.process, args, and environment things are completely gone. And the only way for you to get access to the CLI arguments and the environment variables is you receive them in your main function, and that's it. So that means that if you want to give access to these things to something somewhere else, like a function downstream, you need to pass these arguments around so that they can reach that function call. Why? The main reason is that the previous method was inherently broken, or rather, it made it seem like you would be able to create a static library or a dynamic library. I think it's more of a dynamic library problem than a static library problem. So it basically meant that you would be able to create a DLL that was able to access the environment variables and the CLI arguments. But DLLs are not able to do that on all systems. In POSIX, it's the main function that receives, well, it's the start function that receives this information as input arguments, and that's it. So that means that if you take out an old version of Zig and you make a DLL that calls process.args, and you load that DLL on Linux, you will see that those functions produce garbage data. I think there's some extra conditions because it depends whether you're linking libc or you're not linking libc. I think that if you are linking libc, it will still work, I think. But in any case, it's the reason why it works with libc is because there's a piece of runtime behavior that the libc does that you wouldn't want to do otherwise. So on Windows, this stuff works fine because on Windows, you have a thing that is always available to you that allows you to get a pointer to CLI arguments and everything else. But on POSIX, that is not true. So long story short, those things were misleading. It is more semantically correct to assume that you only get them from main. Is it expandable if I ever need to do my own CLI argument parsing? Right now, so the thing that you're referring to, we call it jokingly juicy main. So right now, juicy main gives you arguments, but it doesn't do parsing for you. It is planned to have a standard CLI parser, but you can opt out of that. So, and yeah, you can obviously do your own CLI parsing. Like, I mean, I can show you even now how this works for me. So if I go to main server, this is my main function. I'm accepting a process.init, which contains some pre-made stuff, including minimal. Minimal contains environment variables and arguments. And then I iterate and parse the arguments on my own. So you just get a handle to the arguments. I do iterate allocator, which allows me to iterate over one argument at a time. And then I pass down the iterator to my other things. And my other things here, let me find a good example. So for example, user, and then we go into add. User add will take the argument iterator and give it to command.parse to do all the CLI parsing. So this is all my code because I wanted for it to work this way. So yeah, you can, so similarly, you can have your own code. You can import a CLI parsing tool that you like, and it's gonna work. Yeah. So the way you can opt in and out of the extra stuff from this is depending on which parameter you add. So the way it works is that if you define a main without any argument, Zig will not pass you anything. So this will compile. Well, I mean, here I'm depending on an argument that doesn't exist anymore, but you can create a main function that doesn't accept any argument and nothing will be given to you and you're going to be fine. The assumption obviously is that if you do that, then you don't care about CLI arguments and you don't care about environment variables at the very least. Then you can accept a process.init and it will give you all these things, including an IO implementation, the environment variables turned into a hash map already, pre-opens for WASI, an allocator, a GPA allocator already defined for you. But let's say that you want CLI arguments and environment variables without any of this extra bullshit. So what you do is that you accept a process.init.minimal. Minimal. So if you write your init accepts this, then your init argument will only contain this. And to be clear, these will not be generated. So like it's not like Zig is gonna generate everything and then just give you this. No, Zig is going to avoid doing useless work if you don't request that. So this is how it's gonna work. If somebody finds this weird, well, let me tell you that we were already doing this for the return value. Main function in Zig can return void, can return exclamation mark void, which means that it's either an error or void. You can also return AU8 in case that you want to, return 0, return 1. You want to return the status code, the exit code. Sorry, what's it called? Exit status code. So we already supported all these versions of main, and there was already some duck typing on main based on the return value. This has now been extended to also having some duck typing around the input argument that you expect from your main function. That's it. Is that new stuff for 0.16? Yes. This is called Juicy Main. Again, jokingly. I guess my other question is that handle to CLI arguments is OS specific, is it? What if I want to implement it for my own OS? Then you have to decide how it works. Like currently, all these OSs are doing very, very different things. POSIX systems are passing in pointers to main. Windows has a thing called PEB. I don't even remember what PEB stands for. PEB, all caps. So there's like I think PEB is like a magic virtual memory pointer that it's always like memory pointer 42 is the one that always in every process gives you this information. I'm making this up. It's not going to be number 42. It's going to be a different number. I'm not 100% sure if it's a magic number or it is something that you somehow are given in terms of information. I think it is a magic number though. In any case, you could have a different system like your OS. I mean, I would not encourage you to do anything super weird unless you have a reason to do it, obviously. But the point is, your OS could end up doing something very different, and so then it would be up to Zig to adapt. I don't know. Frankly, I would do whatever POSIX is doing unless you have complaints about that. But yeah. So long story short, yes. Writing footnotes in Zig. Wow. Will Awebo be federated or more like TeamSpeak when you connect to individual servers? The second one. It will definitely be a lot like TeamSpeak. You connect to individual servers, although, right, oh, sorry, I need to specify. There will be separate servers. Each server will be its own kingdom. So if you want to join two different servers, you will need two different accounts. But differently from TeamSpeak, the client will be able to connect to multiple servers at once. So it will look like Discord, roughly speaking. So you will have your list of servers in here, and you will be connected to all of them at the same time. You will join, like, your client will also, I would say, obviously, make you join one voice channel at a time. So if you connect to one voice channel, it will disconnect you from a previous voice channel in another server. But no federation. There's no point in federation, I think. And let's say the only federation feature that I'm planning for Awebo is public RSS feeds. So you can create a channel that exposes a public RSS feed, and another server can decide to subscribe to it if they want to, so that you can pass around notifications, announcements over RSS, which is like as stupid as you can make it. That's going to be the federation of Awebo. Account server thing, it looks like Zulip. Well, yeah, because Zulip as well is not centralized. Like you can get a server host, like you can have a server that they host for you, but Zulip is also separated, like a bunch of separated things. I was just curious as I was looking into self-hostable chat instances like IRC. Yeah, also, we're going to have voice channels and screen sharing. This is also going to be like a key feature of Awebo. Also, I forgot to show this, but I'm imagining that some people here who have joined are curious about why is the name Awebo, and let me explain to those who don't know. So I'm gonna go to YouTube. I'm gonna search Awebo, and this is it. So it's this bird. Awebo is the sound that it makes. The name of the bird is ptarmigan. In winter, it has all white feathers for camouflage, but for some reason, it keeps the very red eyebrows. It's so funny. So this bird that says Awebo has very red eyebrows, and yeah, this is it. Yeah. Okay, no, this last part is not real. Anyway, so this is Awebo. It's also delicious. I've never eaten one, but I know that people hunt them. And in all honesty, the fact that I want to keep the fact that I want to use one of these birds as the mascot of this project will not prevent me from eating one if I ever get my hands on one. Anyway, Awebo. So this is how the project works, I guess. Is there a Zig library for human readable timestamp diffs? Good question. I think the most complete time library that I know of is Zeit. So if Zeit doesn't have that, while possible, I would be surprised if another library has it. Also, you know what I would do? If Zeit doesn't support it, I would annoy Rocco Rager about it. Okay, enough fucking around. Let me do some work. That said, still happy to answer questions and talk about stuff, but while I at least do a little bit of work. So what are we gonna do next? We were saying that we want to go into run, and we want to start move more queries. Oh, right, we were doing the monster query. Wait a second. We were in the process of doing the monster query, so we were looking at tables, and we were trying to make sure that we were ready for the monster query. So now the question is, are we ready for the monster query? Yeah, god damn it, I know, but we have to try, right? Okay, so there we go. Now my monster query is all optimized. And I think that the fact that we're selecting for max something, it's gonna make these indices like very effective. It's literally gonna get one value from this guy, putting it in an array or something like an array. One index from one thing from this guy, one thing from this guy, boom, everything in one thing, and then we just do max value on that. I think this query is gonna be fine, and this plan seems reasonable. So we need to productivize this basically. See you later. Will you be building in a roles permission system similar to Discord or TeamSpeak or keep it more strict like IRC with operators? Check this out. So there's going to be users, there's going to be roles. Then there's a table that maps for each user which roles they have. And then there's permissions. These are permissions attached to a user directly. These are permissions attached to a role. So yes, we're going to have roles and permissions. And also we're going to have secret channels like Discord. So this stuff is already well, the database is designed. There's a lot of stuff around this that is not implemented yet. As I was saying, we're in the beginnings, but yeah, definitely planned. Okay, so I think we want to go. I think we want every single. I think we want every single thing that we select in that mega query to be auto maintained. People, strap in. We're about to do a bunch of comp time metaprogramming, the likes of C has never seen. So buckle up. Is there any information regarding which problem are you trying to solve with Awebo? I mean, you can go on the repository and see. Well, actually, I don't know what you would see there. What is the problem that I'm trying to solve? I want an experience kind of like Discord. I want to get free from the progressive enshittification that Discord is going through, like every other thing made in San Francisco. I want to be able to stream high quality and allow people in my server to stream, to do high quality screen sharing without having to pay $35 a month, because you need 7 boosts to allow 1080p streaming in a Discord server. That is $35 a month. And I bet you that we're going to be able to have that work. Like you will be able to buy a server that doesn't cost 35 euros a month to be able to do high quality screen sharing. And so it's going to be self-hostable. And lastly, I guess I didn't answer this earlier, but somebody mentioned that there are alternatives. Like there's TeamSpeak, there's Mumble, although they don't do screen sharing, they don't do text really well. But there is also, is there any place where these kind of issues are addressed? No. We had a call and I made a presentation, but I haven't written them out anywhere. I'm not going to do that for now. So people have talked about, but what about any of the existing things? So for example, Matrix exists, but Matrix is horrible to use. I don't know if anybody here has had a good experience with Matrix. I've never had in my life. I've used it a handful of times. Every single time I've used it, it has been a disaster. Also, I've been to a conference with like between 200 and 300 people attending, and there was a Matrix server running on a dedicated server, like an expensive dedicated server, like a serious one. This thing could not keep up with 300 people. We were using the chat also to ask questions, for example, to speakers. The Matrix server was lagging like crazy. I've at some point looked at what you have to do. Like it's MongoDB and Python and it's a pile of trash. With all due respect, it's the Matrix server is a pile of trash on top of other problems that it has. Like, I don't even like the UX. I think it's just bad all the way through. But there's another project called Stoat. This used to be called a Revolt Chat. This is another Discord clone. Like if you're interested in a self-hostable Discord clone today, this project is the one that is the most far along. And so occasionally people ask me, why don't you use this? Let me show you why I don't use this. So we go to the code, source code. You look at the project, and we want to look at self-hosted. I think there's another thing they want to see, backend. So backend, you see that this is a Rust project. So why do I not want to use this? Is it because it's a Rust project? No. I don't want to use this because this is not enough of a Rust project. You look at the backend and you think this is a Rust project, but then you look at the server and the self-hosted server. So let's say that I would want to self-host this. Look at the compose YAML. So database, MongoDB, Redis, RabbitMQ, Mini.io. Then the API server. I hope this is the actual server. Then there's an event server called Bonfire. There's a web app. There's a thing called Autumn, file server. Why is there a file server? Why can't your web server serve files? What is your web server serving? What? Like, what? Also, why is the web server? Why is the API server not the web server, not the file server? Then metadata and image proxy. Then there's a tenor proxy. What in the flying fuck even is tenor? Regular task daemon. So there's another task daemon thing. Push notification daemon. And then there's a thing that keeps running whose job is to create buckets for mini IO. What? What? So I don't want to deploy this. This is not enough Rust. None of this is Rust. Maybe one of these services is Rust. Everything else is not Rust. That is the problem. There's goddamn MongoDB in here. First of all, I'm never going to deploy anything that runs on Mongo. Fuck Mongo. But also the rest. You know it's going to poop itself at some point, and then you have to run this thing, and you don't even know what to do because some bullshit thing is going to poop itself somewhere. So, could it be the case that SQLite might be the bottleneck for Awebo performance? No, absolutely not. I can promise you, it is impossible. It is absolutely impossible. A chat application used by humans is slow as fuck. I mean, like, how often do you send a message in a chat application? Once every few seconds at worst? Like, even the most intense flame war that is happening in a chat channel with like 500 people in it, it's not gonna have that much stuff going on. And even then, I can promise you that SQLite can do way better than that. Absolutely way better than that. So the reason why some of these things might have a bottleneck is because not of SQLite, is because they're doing absolutely stupid as fuck things in their code base. It's like a Python thing that doesn't have any form of concurrency. It's inefficient in all kinds of ways. So no, if you're like, the whole perception that SQLite might be your bottleneck is wrong. I can promise you it is completely wrong. Sure, if this were, for example, if I were to say, you know what, Awebo is not going to be a self-hostable application. There's going to be one Awebo server used by globally by multiple people. And so like there's like one process, one server, one database that then serves, like let's say that I'm trying to make not a self-hostable server. I'm trying to be a Discord competitor. So there's going to be, you go to awebo.com and then you download the client and you can create servers the same way that you can create servers in Discord. Then yes, in that case, it might be that SQLite at some point becomes the bottleneck. No doubt. But this is going to be self-hosted. One SQLite database is going to run one server. And I bet you that even like, I don't know, the most unhinged Twitch streamers, like if XQC creates an Awebo server, I can promise you SQLite is going to be able to keep up, even when he starts doing, I don't know, some gambling, CSGO, skin drops, whatever. Even then, it's going to be without any issue. No doubt. So, what is the Awebo Docker Compose gonna look like? Let me tell you. Awebo is gonna be one executable, one SQLite database, one config file, so that you don't have to remember all the CLI arguments. That's it. That's it. Your database is gonna be SQLite. Let's say that we need to have a task queue. Guess how we're gonna implement it? The task queue is gonna be either in memory. It's gonna have the list of tasks persisted in SQLite, and then we're gonna run this stuff in process. Chat. Here's the question: how are we gonna send out emails? So their notification system, I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing that their notification system is also gonna send out emails. Well, let's set aside mobile notifications for a moment, but let's talk about just emails. An email notification that somebody's pinged you in a message, for example. Let's assume that we want to do this. Which, by the way, it's debatable because, for example, Discord does not send you emails if somebody pings you, so maybe we shouldn't do it anyway either. But let's say that we want to do that. How are we going to do emails? Do you even need Docker though? Just run it. Oh yeah. Personally, that's how I'll do it. I will just have a process. I will have a systemd script for the service, and that's it. But somebody maybe will want to run this stuff in Docker. I think that it's reasonable to allow them to do that because maybe they want to orchestrate a bunch of these things via Kubernetes or whatnot. So I mean, fuck it. Let's just give it to them. A chat app that has to fall back to email has failed already. I mean, it depends on how you want to look at it. For example, Zulip sends me emails whenever people ping me. I think that is reasonable. I don't hate it. It depends on how you imagine it, right? If it's a tiny server where the assumption is that you look at every single channel, then probably email notifications are not important. But if you imagine the server to be big enough that people will care about subset of channels, usually mobile notifications would be nice. Yeah. But it's not guaranteed that you're going to have a mobile app also. So let's say that you use it desktop only, then maybe you will want email notifications. Let's just say that we want them. I think we shouldn't do email because we need to have an email credentials. Another question is, will Awebo be available on mobile? Yeah. So for mobile, the plan is kind of yes, but we're not doing clients for mobile right now. So I obviously would like to have also Awebo work on my phone for sure, no doubt. But this is gonna be not the thing that we work on from the start. We need to do desktop first. But yeah, as CryptoCorp said, SMTP sounds jolly good. Yes. So here's the idea. Hear me out. Here's this unhinged idea. What if instead of relying on a third party or on a, I don't know, emailer microservice, what if we implement fucking SMTP on our own and we just send emails from one process? Yeah. Are there any libraries for Zig already? I don't know. But we could even use C libraries. So sky's the limit. They can't stop us. We can slurp their C libraries. We can slurp their C++ libraries if we really have to. Or we can write it ourselves. So here's my plan for email notifications. Option number one, disabled. You're running a tiny server for you and your friends, and you don't care about emails. By the way, another thing for which emails are useful is password resets. But you could be running a server that is tiny enough that you're fine with resetting manually passwords for your friends. Option number two, SMTP. We use the in-process SMTP code. Like we write it into Awebo, and you just have Awebo send emails, and we process those emails from Awebo itself. And which, by the way, that allows you also to, why SMTP server? We don't have to implement an SMTP server. It's just a client in our case. Because nobody's going to send us emails for us to send to somebody else. We will generate internally the emails, and then we just need to connect to an somebody else's SMTP server and give them our email. So option number two, you use the built-in SMTP support. Option number three, we support external services, because it could happen that you have a IP with bad reputation, or you have a server that is big enough that it starts sending a good amount of emails to the point where you would prefer to use a third-party service for sending those emails. And so we're going to support, I don't know, what do people use? I know about Postmark, but I think there's a few other services that you can use to send out emails. So that's it. Multipart mime encoding is no fun. Yeah, I can see that. But also, we could really just send plain text emails and call it a day if we want to. So long story short, you don't need this. You don't need this. You don't need any of this. This is bad. This is how you accumulate technical debt, and then you reverse this technical debt to the poor fucker that has to run your software. And we're not gonna do that. So this is why I'm not considering Stoat an option, because I don't want to deploy Stoat. Do you have a domain name for the Awebo site yet? I have not made an Awebo site. I do have a bunch of Awebo domains. So when the time comes, we'll be able to have an Awebo domain. For now, the thing that matters is the repository. By the way, if anybody's interested in working on Awebo, sorry, Awebo. Why am I saying Awebo? Awebo. So if you're interested in working on Awebo, there is the Software You Can Love Discord server. I think it's linked also in Twitch, but I should probably add a link to the repository. But in any case, you can join my Discord server. There's a channel dedicated to work on Awebo, and we did one call for contributors. I think we're gonna do probably a second call, maybe beginning of February. And yeah, you can join. Be aware that this project is still young enough that it's not really ready for random drive-by contributions by somebody that doesn't interact much with the core team. It's just too early. I have a limited amount of things that I can give to other people to work on, because there's a lot of things that I need to spend time design. Because without doing that, like if I just ask people to do stuff without having thought it through first, chances are that they will do something and then it turns out that that was not the right way. And so there's a bunch of wasted effort. So we're trying to avoid that, which means that unlike other projects that are like more established, where you always can find something to work on independently, we're not quite there yet. But if you're interested, you don't hate hanging out with people that do Zig, you can definitely at some point find an issue to work on. And the nice thing is that this project is so early that I can hold your hand all the way through as you work on something. So for example, here there's a contributor, Emon Burns, who has been working on invite system support. By the way, we're gonna do invite trees with Awebo, kind of like lobsters. So you do invite trees, which gives you the ability to say, you know what? There's this guy that keeps inviting problematic people. You know what I'm gonna do? Not only I'm gonna ban these people that he invited, but I'm just gonna snip the tree closer to the root. So I'm gonna just ban the guy or I'm gonna take away that guy's ability to create invites so that he stops inviting annoying people. I don't know. Probably you would want to ban that guy as well, I think, but you decide. So we're doing invite trees, and I've been talking with the contributor to guide them through exactly how to make this happen. And then they did a first PR, which was very nice. And then I told them, okay, so the next step is to do these two things. And so here's the PR for the CLI commands to manage the invite resource. So I gave a review to the PR. So this is probably going to be mergeable soon. And yeah, that's live in the Awebo project. Yeah, I do. That's how it works. Every user has a invited by field. So this is how you know who was invited by who. It's exactly based on, like, I want to have the same experience that Lobster has in that sense. So this is the idea. Okay. I promised some metaprogramming. Shall we do metaprogramming? Let's go. So we want to make the monster query inside queries, but we want the monster query to be based on our tables. We want it to auto-update. Okay, so I think we want to get rid of some, you know what? I'm gonna put this up here. Latest ID latest ID, or like select latest ID. It's going to be a query. Oh man, this is going to be crazy. Holy shit. Get ready. So the text is going to be something, something. By the way, you're looking at my query abstraction stuff. This is something that I came up with. It has some manual aspects to it, but it works pretty well for our needs, I think. So kind equals dot row, calls equals, there's going to be just one column, and it's going to be dot ID, I guess I'm going to call it max ID. And then it's going to be of type U64. There you go. And then we need to fix the text now. So here's the problem, okay? This query here is cool. This query here is cool, but it's incomplete. And here's the thing. If I create a new table, I don't want to have to manually update this query. So here's my plan. My plan is to make a query of this kind that uses comtime metaprogramming to add sections to itself. Let's make it happen. So how does it work? We need a block. In this block, we need to make the query. Speaking of lobsters, will moderation logs be available for users on a server? The way I was thinking of currently is that there should be a mod log, but the way I was thinking of the mod log is as a tool for moderators. I guess a mod log for users is something different, right? Because a mod log for mods is a log of maybe mod activity, but also user activity, like I would say, quote unquote, potentially suspicious user activity. So for example, in the mod log, you would probably want to see when a user modifies a message. Modifies one of their messages. But a mod log for users would be something that shows moderator activity. So I didn't think too hard about it, but yeah, why not? Yeah, transparency log. Yeah, mod transparency log. I guess that would be a better way of saying it. Yeah. Yeah, why not? I again, I didn't think it through. It's not a priority, but sure. I mean, these are all things that you can implement, and then as part of configuration, a server can decide to have or not have or whatnot. But yeah, why not? So const, actually var query is going to be select max ID as max ID. Select max ID as max ID from open parentheses so that's going to be the starting point of our query, and then we need to do this. We need to add one of these per table per column. People strap in. This is going to be crazy. By the way, this is comp time, right? So this will produce a string at compile time. We're not going to be doing any of this bullshit at runtime. So how does it work? Well, we want to look at all tables, and for each table, we want to look at the first query because, or rather, we want to look at the schema query, and the schema query will have one column per row where the second token will be ID. Wait, where's my unique? Will be ID. you know what? We can also do this to check if ID is followed by unique and complain if it's not ID unique. So yeah, I know, but I like to repeat it so that there's no so that you don't forget. So we're gonna look at every row, every line, and we're gonna say, okay, if the second token is ID, then this column is a candidate. This column is one of the things that we want to do max on. So let's go do this. In line 4, actually, does it need to be an inline 4? Yes. In line 4, where do we get our hands on tables? We have a Awebo. We can do a awebo.database.tables. In line 4 database tables, type info on this guy dot struct dot decals. So we're looking at all declarations in there, or we can just call it table. Although not every declaration in here is a table. So decals are these things. This is a decal. This is a decal. This also happens to be a function. This one is a type. So we're going to look at all decals and we're going to say, if table.type is different than Awebo database tables.table. So if it's not a table, we skip it, we continue. And so now we know that the table is a table. And by the way, the fact that we're doing inline 4 allows us to have a table, a variable of type table that changes type. That's part of what the wacky stuff that you can do with comp time. So now down here, we know we're duck typing basically. So now we know that this table will be of type table. And so next, we are going to say schema is going to be table.schema because tables have a schema field. And then we're going to say, oh, also, wait, we need to skip tables that are not part of our context. So we're going to run this both on the server and in the server and in the client. And we need also to guarantee that we only consider the ones that we care about. So if table.context, so if the table specifies a context, and if context, which is this one, it's basically a build time variable that says this evaluates to .client when you're building the client and to .server when you're evaluating the server. So if this context is different, then the table context, then also we continue as if it didn't exist. Then we look at the schema and we say, we make an iterator, std mem.tokenize scalar u8 schema on a new line, and we do while it.next. This is going to be a line in the SQL. Do you know many other languages as well as Zig? I used to know well Go. At some point, I knew well Swift, but then Swift changed dramatically. So nowadays, I have no idea what the fuck is going on with Swift. Like I know Swift pre-Swift UI for people who know what's going on with Swift. I did a bunch of JavaScript, like maybe nowadays, no. But there are languages where I could probably, if I were to switch to using those languages primarily, I would probably be able to get back on top of them fairly quickly. There's a lot of languages that I don't know anything about. So Today, no. But once you learn a language well enough, if the language doesn't change too much, like Swift, for example, has changed dramatically. So it's almost like a new language now. In any case, we look at each line and then we now tokenize the line. So var line IT. I'm gonna name this line IT. Oh, right. Let me comment this out so that we don't have syntax errors. Expected expression found comma. Oh, I have too many commas. Okay. So in here, I'm gonna redundant in line. Really? Okay. Oh, right. This does not need to be in line. Oh man, that is a nice catch. Thank you, Zig. Line IT. Then this is gonna be IT equals std mem.tokenize scalar, and I'm gonna tokenize on U8 line. The limiter is gonna be space. So call name is gonna be it.next. Actually, we can do it.first, right? Am I making this up? Is there no first? There's no first in this one. Oh, I guess split has first, not tokenize. That makes sense. Next. This is comp time, so I can do the question mark. This is like the assert, like this is gonna explode if this is wrong, if there is no first token, but we're gonna catch these when compiling in case. And in any case, I'm controlling those strings, so it's not a big deal. So this is the column name, and then const called type is gonna be it.next. Although there might be empty lines, so you know what? If any of these happens, let's do it like this, or else continue. Or else continue. Although we don't want to continue this, I think we want to continue this one, outer. We want to immediately loop on another table if we get there. Oh, you know what? Let's continue the inner one. Okay. Column name, column type. If std mem.equal u8 call type ID, then this is a candidate. How do we do this? We do query plus equals. And do we do this as a multi-line string? Let me think about it for a second. We also are going to need some... do we do a comp time print? Let's do a comp time print. std.fmt.comp time print. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so where are we going to comp time print? So we got up to from blah, blah, blah. Let's put a new line because I think it's not a bad idea to put new lines to basically format it nice so that we can then inspect it visually ourselves. So I'm going to put a new line in here as well. New line, blah, 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 new line. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. Select max, whatever the column name is, as value. Yeah, right. As value from something. These are both strings. So this is going to be the call name, and S is going to be the table name, which the table name. So this is going to be interesting because we don't have a formalized way of knowing the table name. We could do that the table name is the third token from the first line. Or we could assume that the variable name, the decal name, always matches the table name, which is also true. channels, messages, messages, search. Oh, also look at this. Create virtual table. Oh, wait a second. This is a virtual table. We don't want to try and get stuff from this guy, although this will not match any column because it has a weird definition. Let's see. Would you recommend Zig to a newbie? I have basic level knowledge with Java and Python, creating bots and a few Java things, but nothing huge. I enjoy Java, but it's very verbose, yeah, and Python is too dynamic for me, I think. I agree with both your statements. Java is definitely too verbose for what it gives you, and Python is too janky. In terms of dynamic typing, at some point being annoying. Yeah. Would I recommend Zig to a newbie? I would recommend Zig to a newbie if you are interested in learning systems programming. I think that at some point you should be interested in systems programming, but it's not necessarily what you have to be interested in when you're starting. So if you're a newbie, I guess maybe you should specify a little bit more what you mean by newbie, because if newbie you mean you're studying in university or you just started working, that's one thing. If by newbie you mean somebody who doesn't know much about lower level programming, then that is a different thing. But in any case, my point is, you should at some point, I think, interested in lower level programming if you want to be a well-rounded software engineer. But maybe it's fine if you're just learning how to program, like you're studying in university, and maybe you're interested more in web development. There's nothing wrong with that, so you should consider doing that instead. But lower level programming is really cool, and it opens the door to a lot of things that you just cannot do if you just stick to Python and Java. If you want a non-rant version of this argument, I recommend this. I mean, I'm linking you to my own talk, but this is just because, like, the best argument that I can give you right now would be a worse version of what I said at this conference. So if you want to hear my opinion, that is better than listening to me rant right now. What I would recommend, if you try to learn Zig, is to join a Zig Day. So Zig Days are like these meetups that we have, but unlike normal meetups, let's see, I enjoy backend, CLI, terminal UI apps. I don't enjoy web, at least front end. Okay, I don't know much about lower level programming, but I have a tech background. I work in IT support and infra support. Never looked into systems programming, but I think it could be fun to learn. Yeah, in systems programming, is systems programming just like services/systems that build part of a full application? Partially, but if you compare that with like enterprise software development is pacified. It's made worse a lot by the ecosystem in which software development happens. You have stakeholders, you have incompetent programmers, you have more than anything else, you have incompetent organizations. And a lot of processes are designed to survive that level of incompetence. And that makes everything weird as fuck. The idea behind systems programming, even though the term systems programming doesn't explicitly imply that, but one huge implication behind the way of doing things in systems programming is that you don't have a clueless stakeholder breathing down your neck. And so you get to do all the crazy stuff that would be suicide in a normal ecosystem where you're making like services for some kind of financial intermediary. And it's very liberating. Like you learn that the programming can be so much more fun than it is in those ecosystems. So my point is, if you happen to live near one of these Zig days, do try to get to one. Like I heavily encourage you, because you can, like, this is gonna be, it gives you a big window into what it is that you can do once you embrace systems programming, the Zig style of systems programming at the very least, without you having to spend a lot of time like trying things on your own in isolation. You live on an island under UK? Like one of these ones? Can you, yeah, you have to fly to Bristol. But you know what? So here's the upside though. if you do fly to Bristol, this is a very good Zig day because, well, first of all, it has a kick-ass banner. I think we can all agree. But this Zig day has Matthew Lag, who is in the core team. I mean, there's probably other people who are, I'm guessing, would be fun to hang out with. But it also has somebody from the core team. That's a big plus. You have somebody who really knows how to do stuff that is going to be able to guarantee tell you, like, teach you the right thing whenever you need that. So these are photos from their last Zig day. I would actually recommend that. If you happen to be in continental Europe, there's also Nuremberg. Nuremberg is also really fun. This is what it looked like. This is me. We were basically in the morning. I usually take all the people who don't know anything about Zig and I give them an intro to Zig. So basically, we spent the morning setting Zig up, setting the editor up, all the tooling, and then trying Hello World and other simple applications. So this one is also good. And this one is my hometown. I live in Italy, and this is the one that we organize here in Italy. So try to get to one if you can. I mean, I understand that flying is not cheap. Totally get it. But if somehow you get a chance, I promise you're not going to regret it. You might end up concluding that it's not something that you're interested in, but I can promise you're not going to regret your experience at a Zig Day. And certainly not your experience at one of these 3 Zig Days that I mentioned, for sure. Okay, alternatively, here's what I would recommend. Join an online Zig community and see, basically you can have a soft version of that. So like, don't do things in isolation. But yeah, in any case, I would say that if this talk clicks for you, everything will be obvious to you. If it doesn't click for you, if this talk doesn't click for you, I don't know. It could be just that I didn't do a good enough job in the talk. That is fine. But if the assumption is that then this is not just something that you're too interested in, then it might be that Zig is not for you. So I would say watch the talk, see if that makes sense to you, and if it does, join a Zig community, an online Zig community, and if you can get your ass at an in-person Zig day, do that because it's gonna be cool. Also, I didn't explain it too much, but I think you could understand that from the pictures. Zig days are not like conferences. You don't sit and listen to talks. Zig days are social programming days. So the way it works is that you meet in the morning. Everybody mentions what they want to work on if they have something that they want to work on. So the idea is I don't know, you join there and you say, you know what, I want to work on Awebo. I have a Awebo PR that I want to make, or I want to make a ray tracer, or I want to make I want to make my own toy language, whatever. Or you can even show up not knowing exactly what you want to work on, and that's also fine. So everybody introduces themselves and say what they want to work on. At the end, if you didn't have anything that you wanted to work on, or maybe you did, but then you saw that somebody else had something very interesting, you can join them. And so tiny group, like there's a tiny groups that form, and then sorry, I was reading chat and I brain farted hard. And so tiny groups form, and then you basically spend the whole day chatting with people and working on stuff together. Again, you don't have to do stuff together. You can also do stuff on your own and then just and then just chat with other people and ask help if you need to. But it can be as social as you want it to be. And yeah, that's how it is. There's there on the 7th of February, there's one in Nuremberg, and also at the same time one in Bristol. I'm gonna be at the one in Nuremberg. So for people in chat who live near Germany, I mean, if you live in the UK, go to Bristol. If you live not too far from Germany, come to Nuremberg. It's gonna be fun. And then if for some reason you also can come to Milan, February 21st, we're also gonna have one. Sounds like a hackerspace. Yeah, it's kind of like this. It's like it's social hacking, right? It's a social hacking day. Is this all in English or it depends on location? It depends on location. The one in Nuremberg will have the one in Bristol is going to be English, if you can understand the type of English that they speak on that island. The one in Germany, the first, so this is going to be the second one. The first one was mostly in English. I mean, people chat, if two Germans meet with one another, they're going to chat in German. But the event itself was in English, partially also because I was there and I don't speak German. Ich spreche kein Deutsch, Entschuldigung. The one in Italy tends to be in Italian when it's just Italians. But of course, if you come and you don't speak Italian, I mean, we're going to speak English for you, of course. Don't worry. Also, also the one in Milan. Here's a funny thing about the one in Milan on the 21st. It's not going to be Milan. The one on the 21st is going to be in my hometown, in this town called Seregno. And it's going to be funny because it's going to be a special Zig Day, because I found that there is so this is funny because Seregno is a relatively tiny town. And so somebody is trying to start a co-working space in this town. So I don't know how to make a good example, but imagine that you have, a town that you wouldn't expect a co-working space to, you wouldn't expect it to have a co-working space, but somebody is trying to start a co-working space in Seregno. And I've been there a couple of times. I've been there for a couple of meetups, and I talked with the organizers, with the owners, and they agreed to host a Zig Day for free. So we're going to host there a Zig Day, and the whole thing is, so we're going to start with, Seregno has some pretty decent places where you can eat. People who have been to Software You Can Love might remember. So, and there's also new places that they haven't seen yet. So we're going to start in the morning with breakfast at Napoli Bakery. Then we're going to have lunch at Paneolio, which is the place where everybody would go and get good pizza when we were doing Software You Can Love. So the way it worked is that when I organized Software, by the way, Software You Can Love is essentially the Zig conference, and I organized it twice in Milan. And I would tell people, go around Milan, eat as much ice cream and pizza as you can, so that then you have points of comparison, because then I'll show you a better pizza and a better ice cream. So this is where the better pizza was being had. And on the very last day of the conference, well, the day after the last day of the conference, and then we're going to get ice cream in this place. And then for people that want to stay also for dinner, we're going to have dinner, and then we're going to go to the old station pub. So here's the funny thing. This is a very nice thing of Seregno. This is the old station pub, and it's literally in front of the train station. So like if you stay in Milan, people that live in Milan can come with the train. It's very fast. It takes like 25 minutes. And then they can grab the last train, and then they can just stay at the old station pub until like 11 p.m., something like this. And there's also a hotel. So if anybody wants to stay a night, sleep in the hotel, there's also this hotel here. By the way, this is funny because everything is so close by, right? This is the train station. This is the pub. This is the hotel. This is the co-working space. The pizza place is, I think, here. I think the pizza place is here. I'm actually surprised that this map doesn't show it. But in any case, here's the pizza place. And then here's the ice cream place. Here. Oh, why is this map not giving me anything good? In any case, here's the ice cream place. Or did I get this wrong? Oh, no, sorry. It's a little bit more north. Here's the ice cream place. Oh, no, it's slightly fucked up. What is this weird thing? This says Albero dei Gelati. So this is the ice cream place. This is all walking distance. So this is why this is very fun. In any case, this is going to be the event. By the way, if anybody wants to come for some reason, again, just make sure that you RSVP on meetup.com. And don't worry, we're going to speak English for you. No worries. We have, I think we have about 30 seats. So think about it fast. Saying that software can love is only for Zig is a bit misleading, though. No, it's about software that is awesome. Yeah, sure. Of course. I was just giving the simple version to people watching. Okay, so select max, whatever. So what do? Do we do field name or do we try to parse the table name from our column? We're gonna do field name. So select max, blah, blah, blah. And then union all. And then new line. Perfect. So call name, and this is gonna be f.name. Actually, decol.name. What the heck did I call this thing? Table. Table.name. Okay. No field name type. Oh. Wait, what's in a decol? Just the name? Holy shit, man. Really? Just the name. Okay, never mind. I'm used to iterating over fields. So I forgot. Okay. So let's change this to table name. So okay. So const table equals at field awebo.database tables table name. So this is at type of table. This is table.context. This is table.schema. And this is actually table name. Okay. What's the next problem? Expected type const8. Oh, wait. This is, oh, shit. I got it wrong. It's table. Let's call it decol. .name. I'm sorry. I got it slightly wrong. Okay. Are we good? Almost good. Expected type, blah, blah, blah. Found, blah, blah, blah. Right. We cannot do plus equals. We have to do query equals query plus plus. Still unhappy? Oh. How about now? Perfect. So this now inside is correct. The remaining problem is that we need the block in here. We need to do break blk with query. There we go. I think we did it. So this is going to create our monster query programmatically from our stuff. I think we want to print this. So here's one way of printing it. This is a, well, first of all, do we build? We build. Let's do a one-time print. So we can do compile log of query. This is gonna fail compilation, but it's gonna show us this. Although unfortunately it has all the new lines in it because we're printing it ugly. But fine, let's do a better print. So here's how we do it. We need the query type to re-expose also the query itself. We were not doing this. shadows, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay. And then declaration SQL. Oh, no. Okay. So we are good. And so now what we can do is database. Um, um, in function init, after we initialize queries, we can do log.debug. Well, actually, even just std.debug.print db dot queries dot wait, how did I call this? What did I call this thing? Select latest ID. Right. Select latest ID. I guess we can do type of dot SQL. So they should print it. Let's see if it works. Building. We build. Now we just need to run this. I think that test is going to be fine. Ooh, test of queries. DB error incomplete output input. Oh, we might have misgenerated it. Oh, yeah. We're missing these things at the end. We need to close that parentheses. We forgot. Um, there we go. Fatal error near blah, 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 syntax error. Oh, you know why? Because the last one doesn't have union all. We forgot to do this. So how do we do union all? How do we do union all? Oh, how do we avoid the last union all problem? I guess what we can do is this, right? Except that the first one shouldn't have it. So for us, it's hard to do last because we're doing next and we don't know how many other matches we're going to have. But we can do this and omit this for the first line. That definitely works. So here's how we're going to do it. First is true. And then if we get here, we say if first it's kind of the opposite, right? If it's first, we want an empty string, else we want this, and then plus plus. Also, this is feast. So this is first, and then we do first equals false. This is ugly, but it works. Two unused arguments. Oh, we need parentheses. Select syntax error near select. Syntax error near select. Okay, you know what? Let's make this, put this print above. So now this print is uh, type of Awebo.database. Sorry, I think we can do this. Okay, let's see if we can get the print now first. Okay, well, let's see what we did wrong. Select max value as max ID from. Select max ID as value from users. Union all. Select max update ID. Oh, here's the problem. Here's the problem. It's obvious, no? This guy needs to be declared out here. We only want to skip it for the very first one. Boom. We still get a failed command, but this makes more sense. So select max value as max ID. Select max ID as value from users. Update ID as value from users. ID as value from roles. Update ID as value from roles. User permissions, sections, channels, messages. So this is the server version. This is server test. And here we can see the client version. And the client version, you can see that it's mostly the same, except it does not have, for example, user permissions, because these tables don't exist for the client. So what is the next problem here? What is the next problem? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because it just thinks that the printing is a failure. Although that is weird. So let's go up in here. Let me comment this out. I want to see what exactly is that it's. What is it that it is failing? I think nothing is failing. Yeah, it's just complaining about the print. It just thinks that this print is bad. That's it. What's the point of the query? Do you want every ID to be truly unique, not unique by table? Yes. We're having a system where we are using an external ID generator, which uses just only one sequence of numbers, and we use these IDs to sort everything on a timeline perfectly, and we use this with to improve to make more efficient client synchronization. Basically, the client, when it connects, the client will fetch what is the latest event that it has observed, and then it will tell the client, it will tell the server, like on connection, it will say the last event that I've seen has ID 20, and then the server will send everything after 20 so that the client can resync. So there we go. So we have the mega query. Now let's look at the explain of this bad boy, and let's see if our database is optimized for it. There you go. Not bad. Using index, primary key index. We are good. I would say that we are good. So this query has made okay, now we can go into queries. Now this monster query has been defined. Okay. So this replaces this query basically because this one is now not going to do max ID anymore from users. This is going to do count star. So no more max ID, only one thing. Select max ID channels. Guess what? This one is going in the trash because we're already doing everything as we should. Okay. Now we can go in server run. And boy, can we simplify this shit. So like, look at, oh man, so cringe. So here's how we're doing it now. We're doing um, const latest ID u64 equals blk. And in here we do const r equals db.queries dot select latest ID dot run, no arguments, dot question mark because we know this will produce a row, and then we just do break blk with r dot get dot max ID. That's it. That's it. Now user limits calls the user limits queue, but it doesn't care about this anymore. And it does only the things that it needs to do for actually fetching user limits. Now we need to do the query to load this thing that I used to call settings. Now I'm gonna need to give a different name. This is a bad name. But it's basically the server metadata. What are we gonna do next? So user limits, settings. I don't want to rename this now. So this one is a weird query because here's how it works. We're using this table, the host table, as a key value store. So every row will have a different type on the value column, which SQLite allows. But anyway, so that basically just stresses my abstractions a bunch, but it's fine, I guess. You can do it. I guess we can make a dedicated function for this. So in queries, so where's this weirdo query here? Select host info. Also, let's move this up since this runs first. Select host info. So I'm giving void as the type of value because instead of use the run statement, use dot get type, get as to course the type, I guess, or something. I don't know. So row has get. Enum literal. I think we can do better than enum literal. Can we not? Yeah, we could do better than this, but ZLS wouldn't help us anyway. So yeah, we can leave it as is for now. So get as, and then we want the type. And we basically want to do this, or rather most of this, just not all of it. So do we want to look at, yeah, we want to look at calls. We want to see the column. And then instead of this, we want to see, so this debug stuff we don't care about anymore. So what we want to say is, if def1 is different than void, then it's a compiler error because column has a specified type use.get. You can only use get as if it's one of those columns that have variable types. Then what else? Then there's T. I guess we could switch on T. But this is kind of making me want to share this logic between this and this. I don't think we want this to be duplicated. It just sucks to add yet another piece of abstraction. Although technically we could implement this as a function of this, but then we would lose the safety. So one way or another, we kind of have to, no matter how you look at it, we kind of have to split this into a separate function. That sucks. Function course, I guess. Is it coercion that we were doing? Yes. Coerce. I want to call it coerce. What is this index defined as? Usize. Usize it is. Although, wait, we need to complain. Okay. A bit better. And then this should be the opposite way. And then this should be this. And then this should be T. And then we don't do this. Okay. This needs to be T. What can I say? Delightful. Absolutely delightful. So we go and run. So what does the new version of this query look like? So it's going to be var rows. Oh, this is the first time that we use rows also, by the way. Did we set it correctly to rows? It is rows. Okay. Rows is going to be dv.queries.select host info.run. This is also another query that doesn't have any variables. And then we do defer rows.init. Sure. I'm gonna comment this out. Also, why is this fine? This is fine because it's doing catch fatal db internally. So this is why we don't need to do all this catch stuff. It does that internally. Then while rows.next, text no dupe key. Yes. Sets the corresponding field in settings to this thing. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I mean, I guess. Why not? Although we don't have these things, we just have r.get. This would r r.get. But we cannot do just r.get. We have to do r.get as, which means that it's either like basically it's either text, which requires us to specify whether we want to dupe it or not. And then for anything that isn't else, we can just do this. We can just do r.get as f.type. That's it. I think this is fine. Max delete from messages. Okay, so we don't do any of this. Okay, now I'm curious to see not supported. Fuck. Well, let's do it like this. Type. Okay, what is the type that is not supported? I64. Oh, also need space. I64. Okay. Wait, what is an I64? There you go. Is at an operator? No. At, when it's in front of a function name, means that that function is not imported, but it's instead a compiler built in. And also, even though these things look like functions, they can do magic things that normal functions cannot do. So for example, a built-in can avoid evaluating its argument. For example, a normal function cannot do that. In a normal function, first the arguments get evaluated and then they get passed to the function. So this is doing casting. Sometimes you can see at also being used for special variable names. So let's say that I want to call a variable return. So I would like to do const return equals banana. The problem is that return is a keyword, so you cannot make a variable named return. But sometimes in systems programming, you need to interoperate with C or like tooling around object files or shared libraries. So you need to create a symbol with a given name. But how does it, sorry, but if you have a collision with a keyword, how do you do that? Well, in Zig, you have this syntax. This syntax allows you to create variable names. This is unreachable now. It allows you to create variable names that collide with keywords or that have spaces in them, or they have all the weird things that you're normally not allowed to do with variable names. Again, like as I'm doing it right here, not very useful. But if you're creating, for example, an extern function that needs to be exposed because to a compilation process, then it can come in clutch. It can save you from just being blocked, like because like you're almost there, you're just unable to create a symbol with a weird name. But with the system, you can escape everything. So this is what at is used for. One of these two things, nothing else. Okay, are we good now? Do we Zig build now, or do we have still complaints? We have complaints. Missing start field error. Okay, so this is the first time that I exercise the rows code, and I guess that's what I didn't do well. Error. Interesting. So how does this code set it whenever somebody's doing a dot rows? Error equals null in the beginning. Okay, that's precisely what we're missing. Nothing more, nothing less. There we go. How are we now? Oh, we build. Holy shit, we build. So now we're running this in theory. Oh, database is locked. Right. Worked. You can make error null by default. Yeah, but that's not my type. That is the SQLite type. So I don't have control over that. This works. We moved another query to the new system. Honestly, this system is so far pretty fancy. No complaints. It's doing what it needs to do. Host, select ID, name, privacy, kind from channels. Oh, because here we're creating hosts and we start by creating channels. Okay. Man. This is going to be so easy. So this is a rows query. So we're going to copy it. We're going to go to queries. We're going to go in here. We're going to say select channels, basically. Query. Then dot kind equals dot rows dot calls equals, also let's give it a semicolon. Columns is going to be a few of those. ID of type U64, I guess. Then name of type const8. Then privacy. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Privacy is an enum, actually. It's an Awebo dot channel dot privacy dot kind, which is an Awebo channel kind enum. And that is it. Okay, so we have select channels. So we can do now db.queries select channels.run. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. So we haven't programmed this yet, but in our coercion code, where are they fields and not decals? Because they are not just the text, they are prepared statements. And a prepared statement requires you to have a database connection. And basically what it does is send the query to the database and pre-compile it. And then you get a pointer back to, an object in SQLite that represents the pre-compiled query. So it's only something that you can do at runtime. So in our coercion code, we complain if it's not one of these guys, but we need to do something better. We need to say, here I think we need to say if, we need to switch the type info, I think. And we need to say that if this is a dot enum, then we want to do something, else compile error. So if this is an enum, what we want to do is return enum from int r.row.int idx. Okay, now let's fix the programming error in here. So here const kind equals r.get.kind. Don't even have to specify the type. ID is r.get.id. Oh, expected U32 found U64. Interesting, because here we're defining these are U32s, but this is going to be a U64. There we go. Thank you. Then name, this is fine. And this is going to be r.get privacy. And this is it. There we go. Borg doesn't work with YouTube, I guess it does, but then it bugs out. Sorry, people on YouTube. I've been, it just fucking bugs out after a while. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna restart it. Oh, but YouTube is broken. So if I think I did a stream that is too long and YouTube doesn't want me to use chat anymore. Sorry. If this was working, like if this is like a YouTube API thing, if YouTube allowed me to fetch chat here, I would see all the old chat messages, but I don't see them anymore. Sorry, let me, oh shit, let me take a look at what people were saying. Wouldn't it be better to make columns into an anonymous struct? You could, but I define them as an array of tuples, and that works as well. I guess you could say that by making it struct, you could use you could do the field name. You know what? In some ways, you're right. It would be better. It would be better in some ways, yes. Because then you could avoid duplicates, for example. I'll consider it. This is good advice. Let's see. General SQLite tip. Without strict on table create statements, SQLite doesn't enforce the scheme at all. It will happily put strings in integer columns, etc. Personally, I always use strict. That's fair, but I don't care in my case because I have enough metaprogramming that what you described is not going to happen. Zig is a statically typed language, so I would say if you're using something like Python, for example, I can see that kind of stuff happening more likely. But in my case, to this day, it has never happened. The day that something like this happens, maybe I'll consider it. But so far, this does not seem to be a problem that I'm exposed to. Okay, so another query bites the dust. This is so much better than it was before. If channel kind chat, new query. Oh shit. This is the first query that we're looking at that has question mark placeholders. Let's go. So this is a query. This is my query text. Dot kind equals dot rows. Dot calls equals ID U64. Origin, it's another U64, I think. Yeah. Author is an Awebo user.id, which is an integer. This is just an alias to an integer. Body is text. Constitute. That's it. But for the first time ever, we also have args. So what are args? What are args? Args are gonna be channel awebo.channel.id and limit I don't know, U64. So these are the arguments. Let's see how we're gonna do on the other side. What did I call it? Limit. There we go. Question mark will be replaced according to the field order. Yes. Exactly. But in this case, the field order that's going to matter is the one that I use in here. It's the order of these two fields that I define in here. Because this is because of how my metaprogramming works. And it means that in here, I can do this, and this is still going to be fine. So usage code will not be affected by the order in which I define these things in here. Okay. m.get.id. m.get.origin. m.get author. There we go. Type U32 not supported. Okay, let's add support for U32. Okay. Any other errors? Zig build? Zig build works. What is U32? I have some things that have IDs that are not like updated. It's probably users that are U32s. A user ID is a U32 apparently for now. I'll get to a point where I'm going to make sure that all these IDs make sense, but I'm not doing this now. I'm moving all the queries over first. Okay, so look at how everything works now. I want to break this and see what the error looks like. So if I do does foo equals true, what happens now? Error. No field foo in struct database query is delightful. Delightful. What if I comment out channel? Missing, let's see here, missing struct field channel. Like you even get told what's missing. This is pretty nice. This is a pretty nice experience. And you can also go to definition to see the query so that you don't get confused. That is nice. That is nice. Next, blah, 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 blah. Another query bites dust. State is this. Blah, blah, blah. Actually, wait. It is the D equals blah, blah, blah. And then clock from ID, latest ID. Oh. I think this is fine. I think we have another log somewhere for that. Fatal DB error. Column index out of range. Oh no. Oh no. Also, this is a. Oh no. This is. Oh no. This is a fatal error. Wait, is this. This might be. It's my argument index. I think the only thing that we did recently is this. I bet you that is this code that is whack. Am I supposed to start at 0? Member access within misaligned address for type SQLite3 mutex, which requires 8-byte alignment. Holy shit. This is not good. Wait, this is what doing reset? When doing select channel messages. Wait, wait a second. Why did this happen there? Select channel messages. Okay, so I guess this is 1 ... But now this says column index out of range. What if we never do this? Statement apports at 3 data type mismatch. So yeah, we failed in the query where we are trying to do this stuff, and then that causes another problem. I'm starting to think that this error here might be a different thing, that it might be unrelated. So maybe this starting at 0 was correct. I think I need this fatal DB to also accept a source location. Maybe. Because it sucks not seeing the stack trace. Like, process terminated with signal trap. Why? Why are we trapping? You should be. It should be a breakpoint. I mean, it is a breakpoint. Why don't I not see a panic though? Usually with breakpoints, you see a panic. I have a version of FatalDB that accepts also source location. Maybe I should do that. Or you know what? We can run this in a debugger. LLDB zig out bin Awebo server run. Oh man. Exited with code status 1. Oh. Backtrace. Run 823. So this is the query. All right, that makes sense. This is the query that blows up. Am I misusing? Evidently I'm misusing this API. Oh, because they are doing +1. What the fuck, man? Okay, that explains it. So this starts at 0. They call underscore bind with a +1. They are doing the +1 in here. Okay. So that means that us doing the +1, 100% wrong. Should start at 0. 100%. Okay, that explains some. So that means that that problem was that. And this problem is something else. Member access within is online address for type SQLite3 mutex, which requires 8-byte alignment. Oh, I understand what's going on here. I understand what it is that we're doing that is new. I think what is happening is that we're calling run on the same object twice, and that makes us call reset. So we've never called reset before, and maybe reset is wrong. Maybe you can only call reset if you are running this thing. So maybe it's not reset that I'm looking for. Maybe I'm looking for clear bindings. But I'm rebinding everything every single time. Wait, what if I just don't do anything? Are we happy if I don't do anything? The answer is no. We're not happy. But this time we die when trying to do the bind, probably on the second round. So we're trying to like access misaligned. So we're trying to grab a mutex. You know what this misaligned address means? I bet you that this fucking mutex thing is smuggling bits into the lower part of the pointer, and it's smuggling bits into the lower part of the pointer. And so we see this error, but the problem is one of life cycle. We're not properly doing the life cycle of these things. Huh. Hey, Matt. Yeah. This is a hardcore stream day. We're doing a lot of work today. Yeah, there was a 15-minute lunch break. So we need to look into this ZQLite library to understand how we're fucking up this lifecycle management. So when they do rows, they call prepare, they bind values. Does binding values do anything special? No. It just calls underscore bind in a loop, which is also what we can do ourselves from here. So that also works. Oh yeah, sorry, boss. Yeah, it was like not even 30 seconds. But please don't take it out of my paycheck. Holy shit, man. I thought we were in Europe, man. Why are you doing me? Why are you giving me the American at will employment treatment? What is the underscore bind code? Well, the point is, it doesn't matter because it gets called from both functions. So they do this, which in a loop does this, and I do this in a loop. So it should be essentially the same. The index stuff is also kept in sync, like I fixed it. So this should be trying. And then they create a instance of rows. Okay, in an instance of rows, I don't know. This is on them. They manage this shit. So what is the problem here? This is the problem. This motherfucker. This is the anything the statement. That is the problem. This is the anything our statement. There we go. This is the problem. We should not be the anything the statement. The old stuff, the old code that I was using. Well, okay, so here's how it's gonna work. We go into our into our queries. We go into our rows, and we nuke the init. Because we don't do the init on rows anymore. Where is the problem? Server run 803. Okay, bind on a busy prepared statement. Bind on a busy prepared statement. Okay, so we're finally starting to see the whole life cycle a little bit better. So that means that we want to do something in here, either reset or clear bindings. I don't know. I'm gonna do reset. We're in. It works. We did it. We got the SQLite lifecycle understood. Okay. So this works. Let's go more into server run. We can go deeper now. More queries. Oh, that was actually it. So we ported all the initialization queries and they seem to work. So, okay, run the server. Uh-oh. GUI client doesn't want to run. Warn log, no such column, update ID in select max value. Yeah, we need to reset our client database. Server died. Why? No such column passwords.id. Okay, so here's what's happening. I was changing the database, and as I was doing that, I basically renamed some columns, made some changes, and the new queries are going to, if I make a mistake in one of the new queries, I will know this very quickly every time I run tests, or in any case, I will get an error at boot up. but the old queries don't go through the statement preparation phase. So the old code with the old queries will blow up at runtime. So it turns out that there's a query where I'm referring to a column that I renamed. So, holy shit, this is so good. Basically, as I move all queries over, we're going to get much better safety. Again, at startup, we are going to immediately know if a query is broken. But I need to do more of this work. So I think my path is set. And yeah. Okay, so what does this mean for the stream? I think this has been a good day of work. I think I'm going to stop here. I'll send you all to somebody else who's doing some programming, maybe. I'll send you to Lucas Develops, I think. And I'm going to continue doing some more work tomorrow, I think. So thank you all for hanging out. And, talk to you soon on Awebo, maybe. We'll see. Let me raid Lucas. See you all. Have a nice day.